presentation of Sertoba Media and Comey Media Incorporated. A rookie and MVP candidate. Well, that's something we haven't heard since 1957. We'll talk about that and more. This is Total Football Talk. Welcome to Total Football Talk, hard-hitting, grind news and fun the way you like it. Well, it's not just me. I am one of the co-hosts of this show, Cole Johnson, a.k.a. the Mad Scientist and EP Extraordinaire, and I am joined as always by the other co-host of this program. Let me see, Mr. In or Out Sports Debate, Mr. Commander's Grind Report, Mr. D. Willie the Evening, the man who was in charge of the D. Willie Bucks, D. Willie, a.k.a. Drew Willingham. How you doing, my man?
Hey, doing great out here, brother. Glad to be here another day with you, as well as apparently I'm the exterminator of dumpster pelicans, as well as what Victor Locke likes to say. So many nicknames thrown into one person. I'm just doing the best I can to live up to the hype.
Well, you definitely do live up to it. Well, a lot of action to break down and a lot of action to preview as well. Let's get this party started, shall we? Opening drive.
All right, let's go. We got trips, right? At 42, 989. On two. Ready? Quick!
Thank you for joining us, as you always do, Victor, or V-like-A3, or Vicola. I have to bring that element over here, but to set the table, the teams that are on bye for the weeks that we're reviewing, the week that we're reviewing, are the Chiefs, the Rams, the Dolphins, and the Eagles. The Chiefs, the Rams, the Dolphins, and the Eagles, they had a bye this past Sunday or Thursday or Monday. But this week, they were on a bye as we review week 10 starting. My gosh. Okay, so it was the Panthers and the Bears. They started off the bowling shoe ugly fest of national TV games. The Bears won it 16-13. It came down to a game-tying field goal that did not go for the Panthers. The best thing about this game, the Bears offense, 133 rushing yards. Your thoughts on this one?
Hey, just like that clip you played, it was still a terrible game. I mean, the funny thing was it didn't really matter who won or lost this game because the Bears still come out on top next year in the draft. That's right. They have the Panthers pick in the NFL draft for the first round, as well as their own. The first time when was the last time in history where one team had two picks within the top five, let alone potentially in the top three? I mean, I don't recall that where one team had the same pick in the same year like that.
Yeah, I can't recall that either. But yes, that's all I was thinking. I was like, oh my gosh, you mean to tell me the Bears are going to end up having two picks within the top five coming 2024's draft? Like,
and let alone it's like, each pick means something. Like what, 5 is much different than 4, as 4 is much different than 3. So if you have two picks in the top 3, let alone in the top 5, that's even a bigger difference there. It speaks volumes. But Bryce Young, 21 of 38 for 185 yards. It's looking more and more like they should have taken CJ Stroud with that first overall pick, is what he's doing in Houston. rather than Bryce Young. But I know you're not complaining over there in Houston, Texan land with what you've got and with what we'll talk about here more throughout this episode. But Bryce Young's numbers were terrible. Chuba Hubbard on the rushing attack, 9 carries, 23 yards.
Horrendous.
What is going on with the rushing attack? I mean, Dante Foreman had 80 yards on the other side for the Bears, but it took him 21 carries to get to that point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was absolutely horrendous, this style of game. The receiving wasn't much better on either side, and the Bears, picked up DJ Moore in that trade. Only 5 receptions, 58 yards. And the biggest production that we had from the receiving core of the Panthers was 1 reception for 45 yards from Michael Strachan. So when I look at all this and even just the numbers, let alone the 16-13 game, whether they would have tied that game with that field goal or not, it wouldn't have made a difference. This game was definitely pole and shoe ugly.
Just to give you a little on the inside baseball type of understanding. Normally when we do these reviews, I comb through every single box score and I try to put forth the stats that stand out. Drew will attest. I only put forth 1. This day was horrible. Oh my gosh. And Ryan McCarthy, no credentials acquired. He says it best. Panthers, Bears, it's Thursday night football. Yes. And Vlak A3 says, this game was the epitome of a toilet bowl, and went on to say both teams, the Panthers and the Bears, are nuclear weapons grade trash. Oh my gosh, it was horrible. In fact, it was so horrible, it needs another one of these. I think that describes that game thoroughly. Yeah. So we thought we would escape a bowling show of the game 30. Tonight we get greeted with the last international series game of 2023 out in Germany for another bowling shoe ugly game. This one between the Colts and the Patriots. A first period touchdown off of a first quarter touchdown that was scored by Jonathan Taylor off of a 4th and goal was really the difference in the game, because that touchdown stood up. The Colts tack on a field goal and they beat the Patriots 10-6. The biggest stat of all actually comes from the losing side of things, as the Patriots offense decided to wake up and give you 167 rushing yards, because both quarterbacks just seemed to want to turn the ball over, both Bailey Zappi and Mac Jones. Oh my gosh. Okay. Anything of positive note in this game that you saw?
Not very much at all. I mean, besides the 2 quarterbacks on the New England side turning the ball over, we got to look at Uncle Rico as he threw a turnover as well. Mm-hmm. I mean, in his numbers let alone, I mean, when you look at what Michael Pittman Jr. did, who was probably the highlight for both teams, as this guy had 8 receptions for 84 yards. When you take his numbers out of the equation for Uncle Rico, he was 10 of 18 for 114 yards.
Yeah, horrible.
Well, 10 of 18 for 110 yards. My apologies. So I was giving him a little bit too much credit right there. But no, when I look at the numbers right here for Uncle Rico, for Mac and Cheese, for Bailey Zappi, and they all had an interception apiece. This game, like you said, was bowl and shoe ugly. I mean, they're definitely missing Anthony Richardson over there in Indianapolis. And, the running game, it took 23 carries to get 69 yards and a touchdown for Jonathan Taylor. Definitely wasn't all that great. And Ramondre Stevenson, same thing on the other side, 20 carries, 88 yards. They're doing better in the running attack than, we'll say, the Washington Commanders, but they still have a lot more room to grow when it comes to their rushing game if they want to make any improvements and get a little bit more than 10 or 6 points out of your team's production.
I mean, it was just horrible. Oh my gosh. I would say credit to both defenses, but can't really do that because both offenses decided to want to be mistake prone. Oh my goodness. But yes, the last international game of 2023, once again, it was All right, to the Sunday 1 p.m. slate. And again, all times are Eastern as we say this on the show. Even though this was played in the Central Time Zone, the Vikings and the Saints in the Twin Cities. The Vikings pretty much controlled this one as they went on to, I think it was like a 24-9 lead or something of that nature. They hung on and win the game 27-19. The Vikings offense again, decent on the running in, 125 yards on the ground. TJ Hawkinson, it's a TJ Hawkinson sighting. Yes, the tight end of the Vikings gave you 11 receptions, 134 yards, and a touchdown. The Vikings defense gave you 3 sacks and 2 turnovers. On the losing end, Chris Olave, 6 receptions, 94 yards, and a touchdown. The unfortunate circumstance of this game was David Carr went up the game, was carted off the field with an injury. You can also say that Jameis Winston being in the game pretty much is another sore spot. 2 touchdowns, but 2 picks for him. But the star of the game, of course, is Joshua Dobbs. Once again, he shines. 23 of 34, 268 yards, a touchdown, 8 more carries, 44 yards, and a rushing touchdown. Your thoughts on this game, sir?
Overall, looking at this game, you wouldn't have thought that Josh Dobbs would come in there and do what he did. I mean, regardless of what he did in Arizona, you're playing the Saints team that's fairly decent that, we expect a little bit more out of Derek Carr at this point. They were 5-4 coming into this game. Same thing with the Minnesota Vikings. Both had the same record, but a lot of that was on the shoulders of Kirk Cousins. When looking at this game now, we might not have had as much on the shoulders of Kirk Cousins as we saw, as the rest of the team around him was pretty good. Look at TJ Hawks, 11 receptions, 134 yards. I mean, that in itself was a big chunk of Josh Dobbs' numbers, and that touchdown that gave them the ultimate lead definitely was transcendent on what was done by TJ Hawkinson as a result of the catch and pass. Now, I'm trying to take anything away from Josh Dobbs. Josh Dobbs did his job and definitely did the job of what they thought, being the Minnesota Vikings when they traded for him coming from Arizona. There's not many people that can have this type of level production, with very short notice, where he's been with 5 different teams in the past 2 years from what they were saying, 2 or 3 this year, 2 since the start of the season. And for what he did with Arizona with very little that he had over there, then to come over here, it was like what he went through in Arizona, like tuned him up to get ready for this.
Basically.
So when you take him from a bad situation and put him in a good one, and he's been warming up with the bad situation for the first half of the year, comes over here to Minnesota, and all he has to do is pretty much play the Trent Dilfer role. Not saying that the Minnesota Vikings are going to the Super Bowl, but they have a good enough team built around him that he can play like Trent Dilfer, and they can still have success out here on the gridiron. So I liked what I saw out of Minnesota. I hope they can keep it up.
Yeah, I hope they can too. And I think this makes it 5 in a row for the Vikings. And to your point, sir, Hawkinson's reception total is exactly 1/2 of the passing total of one Joshua Dobbs. So, yes, it just shows that there is talent on this team, and it looks like it's starting to bear itself out on not just the offensive side of the ball, but even the defensive side as well. But let's see if it continues. Ryan, talking about Sunday's International Series game between the Colts and the Patriots. This is double bowling shoe pug fugly. There were a lot of those games this week. Oh, we're going to talk about the rest of the slate too. Mickey, how you doing, brother? He says hello to you, Drew, and hello to me. Thank you, sir. Feel like A3 says, look, both the Colts and the Pats wish it was Oktoberfest Germany to drink the pain away in this game. Yeah, I agree. Ryan went on to say, oh, look, another one of those games happened in Germany. Double bowling shoe pug fuckly. he goes on to say, there's a reason why German soccer stadiums sell 4 beers at once during a half of soccer matches. The Colts, Pats, and Frankfurt should have sold more because you had to be drunk to enjoy this one.
I can't even say anything to that one, but that was good.
That was good.
The game was just that bad.
It was horrible. It was horrible. And yes, and Ryan, you were correct. I came this close to actually hyping this show with the bowling shoe ugly games we saw, a myriad of them this week. But here's a funny thing about that. With all the bad games that were on display, 6 games came down to a final kick this week. Interesting. Didn't think it. Oh, and that's the most in any week in NFL history. Parity is alive and well. Down to the catch-up Acrisure Stadium. As the Steelers hosted the Packers. It was a nip-and-tuck game for most of the way, but the Jordan Love pick at the end of things sparked off a little bit of a at the end as the Steelers beat the Packers 23-19. The stars of this game were not Kenny Pickett. It definitely wasn't George Pickens. Sir, where are you? Oh, my bad. It was Jaylen Warren, 15 carries, over 100 yards, actually 101 to be exact, and a touchdown on the ground. Najee Harris, not to be outdone, 16 carries, 82 yards, and a touchdown of his own. And both of those accounted for about 180 of the 205 rushing yards that the Steelers did amass on the ground. Oh, and the aforementioned Jordan Love, 21 of 40, 289 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. Your thoughts on this game, sir?
Well, it wasn't quite bowling shoe ugly like the first 2 games that we had. It wasn't pretty either.
No, it wasn't pretty.
In many ways, because Kenny Pickett, 14 of 23, 126 yards. I mean, they got to get better production out of their quarterback in Pittsburgh if they want to have any shot of building on past success. Because 6-3 looks good on paper. This team is not a 6-3 team. They've got lucky based on their schedule, and that's about as much shade as I'm gonna throw at them at this point on this one. But Jordan Love, when you think about the fact that Jordan Love and the low numbers that he had, as far as he threw 2 touchdowns, but he had 2 picks. He did throw for 289 yards, so he's getting the ball spread around out there. But the fact that you had an interception, which in a close game like this usually costs you the game, you got close enough down to where you were within the goal line at the very end and threw another pick that cost you the game. It just goes to show how much work that this Pittsburgh Steelers team has to do in order to improve, because they were 5-3 coming into this game, but they came very close to being 5-4 after this game to a team that has definitely not been playing well at all since Aaron Rodgers left. The Packers are 3-6 for a reason, but the Pittsburgh Steelers could easily have that same record. It could be flipped with some of these games going the other way this year had it not gone in the favor of Pittsburgh, because 126 yards usually doesn't get the job done, but because Jordan Love threw 2 picks, that's why the Pittsburgh Steelers pretty much stole this win right here.
Here's the funny thing about what you just said. So you have the Steelers who, yes, they are 6-3. They're in a most favorable of positions, when we'll talk about why later on in this segment, because 2 of those ugly wins that you just mentioned, one against the Browns, one against the Ravens, of course, came with their own division. And both of those games, Kenny Pickett barely showed up. And if it weren't for the defense to show up even greater, those games would have been L's. And those were home games. So they had to play them again in away from the catch-up bottle at Acrisure Stadium. The first one being next week. We'll talk about that in the preview. But they are 6-3 by the skin of their teeth, and that defense being as opportunistic and aggressive as they have been. Otherwise, the Steelers would be nothing. And I'm not saying that to talk trash. I'm not saying it because I hate the Steelers, because I don't. That's just facts. Smoke and mirrors for sure. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So I would go the bowling shoe ugly route, but I'm going to go this route. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers beat the brakes off of the Tennessee Titans 20-6. The game really wasn't even that close. Baker Mayfield, and you'll hear the nickname come out of my brother's mouth soon. 18 of 29, 278 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. Mike Evans, 143 yards on 6 receptions and a touchdown. And the Buccaneers defense gave you 4 sacks and an INT off of Will Levis, who did not even complete 50% of his passes. Your thoughts on this game, sir?
This will be the fourth game in a row where I've really been able to say that Baker didn't bunker it up. As yes, I've been calling him Bunker Stayfield, but 4 games in a row, he's played consistently well enough in order for this team to be in it, like to where it's very close down to the wire or actually win it. And in this game, they won 20-6. And, you know, he did throw that one interception, but he was 18 of 29 for 278 yards, 2 touchdowns before that. Didn't really have much help in his running game either for 20 carries, 51 yards for Rashad White. But a big part of Baker's production was Mike Evans. I mean, Mike Evans had 6 receptions, 143 yards. Definitely the highlight for the Buccaneers on this day. Of course, they had some decent production on their defense as well. But overall, this was the Mike Evans show for Tampa Bay. He was the reason they got the win, along with Baker doing a decent job of not turning the ball over except for that one interception. They won for a reason by 14 points, and I have to give it to the Buccaneers for stepping up and getting this win today or on that day.
Yeah. Credit to Baker Mayfield. Looks like he has found himself a situation that I think he is comfortable in operating. As for the Titans, it looks. I would touch on this in the chopping block, but I'm not going to this week. Mike Vrabel. Oh boy. You could pick whatever pelican it is in this dump. You would fit in that pile because your team is playing as bad as your coaching. And that's not pretty good. And that's not even coming from a trash target place. That's just coming from these 4 eyes watching the product. Woo, brother. The 49ers and the Jaguars.
Bad.
Gentlemen.
It was bad.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You just saw the first dumpster pelican sandwich in between 2 bowling shoe ugly elements because the game was that bad. 34-3. The game wasn't even that close. And the 49ers put this game out of reach with the first possession touchdown. The game was done once the 49ers scored the first 6 points. Brock Purdy, wonderful performance. Looked like he went back to his normal performance. 19-26, 296 yards, 3 touchdowns. Error-free football for him. Christian McCaffrey, 16 carries, 95 yards, 6 receptions, 47 yards. Absent from his stat is a touchdown because going into this game, he scored at least 1 touchdown in 17 straight games. That streak now has been snapped. That's the only positive you can say about the Jaguars, except for Christian Turk. I'll get to his numbers in a sec. That 49ers offense, 144 rushing yards on the ground, paced by that 95 yards from McCaffrey on the ground. The defense of the 49ers, 5 sacks, 2 interceptions, 2 fumble recoveries. They made the Jaguars offense look horrible, except for Christian Kirk, 6 receptions, 104 yards. Both teams are 6-3, but you would not think it. Your thoughts, sir?
This game was the perfect game to have that sandwich thrown at the beginning of it because of how bad this game was overall, one-sidedly, as far as the 49ers were just beaten down on the Jaguars. For those of you 49er fans, definitely know that you enjoyed it based on the fact that you had been struggling for quite some time, so I have to give you that one. But overall, I know Kyle Nash was excited being in Duval, covering this game as a 49ers fan and watching his team beat down on the team that he covers each and every week. So I know for him, it definitely was a treat to see that. But overall, you know, and we can't forget George Kittle either. 3 receptions, 116 yards, and a touchdown was definitely a big part of the production for Brock Purdy. But Brock Purdy with only 7 incompletions on 4 yards short of 300 yards for 3 touchdowns. The kid definitely showed up after being beat down the past few outings. And it was time for the 49ers to get a win and turn things around. And they did. They are now 6-3 as a result. So good job, 49ers. After going 5-0, losing your
That's tough.
next 3, and then finally you snap that streak. So definitely good on the 49ers for doing that on this past week.
Yeah, they did a good job licking their wounds on their bye. And yes, just when you thought you might see a game, you might see a game. Yes, that amongst that 100+ yard performance from Kittle, he received a 66-yard touchdown gift from Brock Purdy through the air. Our brother Wise El Jefe says, good morning to you, my friend. Hope everything's good with you where you are. And of course, Vic says, what's up to you? And he says, what's up back to Vic. But as I said, both teams are 6-3. You wouldn't think it, because one team looks like they're going up and the other team looks like it's going down. And yes, it personally makes me very, very happy. No, not because of the 49ers win, but because the Jaguars lost. Oh, no, not yet. Although it was an upset, though. The Ravens hosting the Browns, and it was a game the Ravens controlled for most of the contest. In fact, they had a double-digit lead going to the waning moments of the fourth quarter when the Browns decided to shut everything down. The Ravens did. They feverishly came back, and with one of those game-winning deciding field goals, the Browns beat the Ravens 33-31. Jerome Ford gave you over 100 yards on the ground, 17 carries, 107 yards for the Browns. The offense gave you, outside of that 107 yards, 178 on the ground, with 107 of those coming from Ford. Amari Cooper through the air, 6 receptions, 98 yards. But on the losing end, the Ravens defense, 4 sacks, a fumble recovery, and an INT. Lamar Jackson, pedestrian. 13-23, 23 yards, a touchdown, and 2 interceptions, with 8 more carries and 41 yards. And you could say the start of the show was Deshaun Watson, 20-34, 213 yards, a touchdown, and INT. 14-14 in the second half. I think he threw for 134 yards. I think he gained 16 more on the ground with a rushing touchdown. All right, fine. I'm going to do it. Goodness gracious. Okay, hold on. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Honeys all around. Yeah, you enjoyed that, didn't you, girls? Yeah, you know what to do. You know the routine. Give it to me. Oh, you know this. No, give it to me some more. Oh, yeah. Oh, show you right. I told you. This massage that you said that wasn't going to work, it did. That arm was strong in the second half, baby. No, I'm sorry. Your thoughts on this game, sir?
Well, for those of you out there who are Browns fans, I hope you didn't eat too much Halloween candy as a result of what's been going on there recently in excitement of what your Browns did, because if you did, it might result to this. Diabetes. Because that in itself is bad for you if you were... I gotta do it one more time. Diabetes. Okay, so again, Browns fans, I hope you didn't excel. I'm trying to get it together. I made that little clip for D. Willie in the evening for later this week. Gosh, it just messed me all up this morning. But anyway, so Browns fans, hopefully you didn't celebrate too much with the candy out there, because this game I didn't see potentially going your way, even though I was calling for it last week on Total Football Talk. I was pretty much surprised. And the surprise part is, had Lamar Jackson not thrown those 2 interceptions, they would have gone the other way. The Browns only won by 2 points. But the big difference maker in this game was Lamar Jackson not taking control of the foot or not protecting the football well enough.
Late. Yeah.
By giving those 2 interceptions up, it definitely kept the Browns in the game to where by the end of it, when the clock hit 0, they were able to win by a score of 2 point of a 2-point lead. So I have to credit this game more on the bad decision making on Lamar Jackson turning the ball over twice than the Browns and Deshaun Watson getting the rub and tug at the beginning of the game and getting the win based on that factor alone.
Yeah. And now we're gonna hear the talk again about, do you think Lamar Jackson deserves all that money? Not saying that we're gonna talk about it, because look, the stance I have on that is, look, a player is worth what an owner's willing to pay him. So if the ownership group, the waivers decides that Lamar Jackson's worth that money, my mouth is shut. But it is difficult to silence that when you have a game like this, which is gift wrapped. Your defense did its job, but you hurt the team by making mistakes late. You're going to hear those talks. You're going to hear that happen. And I hate that for Lamar, but unfortunately, it's what he's going to be hearing.
Especially when it's a division game and you'd already beat him a few weeks back. You know, it was like I was about to say, you didn't just beat him, you mollywopped him. So, you know, looking at the 2 factors right there, you beat him decisively, and then you lose this game based on the 2 interceptions that you threw. I mean, people, you can't help but people just sit out there and talk about he's getting overpaid, but you brought that on yourself.
You did. And yes. And also the opposite quarterback also brought that on himself too. Congrats on the W, Mr. Watson. But you better credit your defense. They helped you out much, much more. Why said that he's out of work early. He says, I need help. You will be hearing those 3 words when we record on mentality, but I'll leave that. I'll just be quiet there. Vic says, oh no, Deshaun Watson's at it again. I love our chat.
Was
I would bring on the screen what will be made better if your day went the way it was going to go, but I can't. But I'm glad you can't complain. I'm glad your day's going good so far, brother. Ryan says, Bud Heavy or Bud Light? Never mind, Wise.
I would comment, but for the show's sake, I'm gonna leave it alone.
I love it. Yes. That's sort of how I am thinking. The same. I'm thinking the same.
Hit me up with the DMs, Wise.
Oh my gosh. I figured that was going to be said. I just knew it was going to be said. Oh my goodness. No. This is not the upset of the week either, although it came very close. The Bengals hosting the Texans, and surprisingly, this game was not close, but it was not close for the different reason that you would think. 30-27 was the final score. The Texans beat the Bengals. Devin Singletary actually showed that the Texans can run the ball. 30 carries, 150 yards, basically paving the way for 188 rushing yards on the ground for the Texans offense. Noah Brown through the air, 7 receptions, 172 yards. The Texas defense gave you 4 sacks, put Joe Burrow on the ground a few times, and he was 27 of 40, 347 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 INTs. Jamar Chase, 5 receptions, 124 yards and a touchdown. Tyler Boyd, 8 receptions, 117 yards, and a drop that I think he will be wishing he did not make with about 1 minute or so in the game remaining. But the star of the show, CJ Stroud, 27-39, 356 yards, a touchdown, a rushing touchdown as well, an INT, and 2 lost fumbles. Your thoughts, sir?
Devin Singletary, man, those stats alone that you just threw out there for him, I mean, those he's doing some, I would say for him and for what he's done in the past in the NFL, with the unbelievable type production that they're getting out of him in Houston this year. We haven't seen production from like him consistently like this in his NFL career, at least in my opinion. So for Houston to get out of him what they're getting out of him is pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
Let alone you got a rookie quarterback who's throwing for 356 yards and a touchdown. Now, the interception did worry me for a second because I was watching this game, and when he threw that interception, I was like, yep, this is probably going to be the moment where the tide shifts in the Bengals' favor. But luckily for the Texans, they were still able to hang tough and to stay within the game as they got the victory. Now, you saying that it could have been an upset, it's weird at this point in the season. This was the 10th game of the year, for both teams. And, the 9th game of the year because they both had a bye already. But in week 10, it's weird that we're over here saying that if the Bengals would have beat the Texans, it would have been an upset because – looking at this during the offseason, the preseason, we would not be speaking of this. We would have said that this win for the Texans would have been an upset at this point in the season. But because of what we've gotten out of CJ Stroud all year long, we can now say at this point that it's an upset if the Bengals would have beat the Texans, which still, even though it's been 2.5 months into this football season, I still can't get over the fact that we're sitting here talking about the fact that if the Bengals would have beat the Texans, it would have been an upset. Wow. But looking at it either way, we just talked about it in the Ravens and Browns game. Lamar Jackson throwing those 2 interceptions made the big difference there, and that's what made the big difference here for the Bengals. Had Joe Burrow not thrown those 2 interceptions, let alone one of them because CJ Stroud did throw one as well. Had he not thrown one or not 2 of those interceptions, the Bengals would have won this game, and we would have seen that upset that you were talking about.
Agreed.
But unfortunately, the clock struck 0. Shoulda, coulda, woulda doesn't count in football. Hats off to those Houston Texans of yours there, Cole, who improved their record from just above 500 now to 5-4 and keep their potential playoff hopes and MVP hopes alive potentially for CJ Stroud, which we'll talk more into that later.
Well, the good news for the Texans is that if the season were to end today, they'd be their number 7 seed in the playoffs. Of course, they would have to travel to Baltimore to play the Ravens, which is not a good matchup for them. The negative. CJ, I love you, brother. You're doing good. You can't make those mistakes late in games, and you cannot turn the ball over in the red zone. You know that better than me. So yes, although the world is throwing parties for you, brother, you still got to do better, and you know that. But hats off to you. This is now your 2nd straight game-winning last possession drive to put the Texans on top. So you are doing something, and that should be celebrated for sure. Congratulations to you, sir, and congratulations to the Texans. They believe in you. And they believe in D'Amico Ryans. The late slated games, and we're not going to do that one. No. The Arizona Cardinals hosting the Atlanta Falcons, and Stash would never mind. The Cardinals beat the Falcons 25-23 again off of a last-second game-winning field goal. Kyler Murray coming back for the first time in a year, 19 of 32, 249 yards and an interception, but a key drive to put the Cardinals in position to get that game-winning field goal. Trey McBride giving you 8 receptions and 131 yards to the air. For the losing cause, Bijan Robinson, who has been a beast for the Falcons, 22 carries, 95 yards and a touchdown. Bijan, I loved how you were in Texas, and looks like you're maintaining this as a Falcon. I hope you continue to do it, brother. The Falcons offense gave you 184 yards on the ground. But Stash, you got to do better, son. This was a win, and you did not get your team good enough and ready enough or prepared enough to give you the W. Your thoughts, sir?
Falcons losing their 3rd consecutive game definitely, is a hard hit for them. And Taylor Heinicke, as much as I was pushing for him to get the opportunity to be the starting quarterback, it looks like here in this matchup, the Cardinals proved that he's a backup for a reason. He was 8 of 15 for 55 yards and a touchdown. Desmond Ridder not much better at all, as he was 4 of 6 for 39 yards. And that was the quarterback production that you've got from your entirety of your quarterback play, less than 100 yards total in passing for the entire day for the Atlanta Falcons. Not going to get the job done, especially at that point against a 1-8 team, now 2-8 team, being the Arizona Cardinals. Kyler Murray coming back from his injury, it was a big risk for the Cardinals. I can't remember if it was 52 or 56 million. But had Kyler Murray gotten hurt, if he comes back out here for the rest of the season, they potentially still owe him a guaranteed amount of money. I believe it's 52 or 56 million dollars. Can't remember the exact number. But, there was pushback from not getting Kyler Murray to play, this year because of that alone. But he came out, no hindrance of that injury from 11 months ago, slinging the rock around and getting this team motivated towards a victory. There's still other big question marks on this Arizona Cardinals team, but for Kyler Murray to come back, at least they've got their franchise quarterback back, and they could still potentially win out and have a positive record this year. Wouldn't that be something for him to come back? They were 1-8, and if they finish the year 9-8 at this point, I don't think that's going to happen. They still have to get 7 more straight wins. They'd have to get 8 consecutive victories in order to make that happen. But the potential is there. It could happen in Arizona. We could see something special. Who knows?
Yeah, it will be special. I highly doubt it, since I think they still have they still have to play the 49ers, and I think they have to play the Seahawks once. Okay. But yeah, I don't see that happening. But a good bright spot Sunday in the desert. Falcons. Come on, man. That was a W, dog. Sorry. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, a triple bowling shoe ugly game, or otherwise I call it the scrimmage in Arlington, took place between the Cowboys and the Giants. 49-17 was the final score. It really wasn't that close. Let me see if I could find anything for the Giants. Saquon Barkley showed up. Otherwise, Dak Prescott, 26-35, 404 yards. Dak, sir, you fall short of your promise, son. You said less than 10 interceptions at the end of the season. You'll throw more than that, but hey, I still give you did your thing in Sunday scrimmage game. The offense put forth 472 passing yards and 168 rushing yards. Brandon Cooks, 9 receptions, 170 yards on the touchdown. CeeDee Lamb, 11 receptions, 151 yards on the touchdown. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is the third straight game he has had over 10 receptions and over 150 yards, which I think that is an NFL record. The defense of the Cowboys, 5 sacks, an INT, and they only allowed 172 total yards against the Giants. Your thoughts on this scrimmage game, sir?
You could call it a scrimmage based on how bad the team was in this past game. I mean, the Giants now losing 3 consecutive games since playing the Commanders, and I had to throw that stat out there for you there, wise El Jefe, as you're about to lose again this upcoming week when you travel to Landover, Maryland. But we will talk about that here towards the latter part of the show. But right now, for you to play the Dallas Cowboys, a quarterback in Dak Prescott, who we have thrown so much hype on, there's so much shade on over the years. I got my own self messed up by saying the wrong thing, but when your guy Tony DeVito, cousin of Danny DeVito, is out there, and yes, we know his name is Tommy. He's so bad that we call him Tony. Tony DeVito out there, long lost cousin, nephew, grandson, whatever you want to call him, of Danny DeVito out there slinging the rock around, not doing a great job. They just had a presser before the game talking about Tony DeVito still lives at home with his parents. Yes. Okay.
And he makes his bed.
And the mom makes his bed. Okay. Probably washes his tidy whities and makes his little peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for lunchtime, cuts the crust off and everything for the kid. Okay. So much is going on for this kid. And you would think that if you had your parents taking care of you and your laundry, that you'd be able to do better than 14-27 for 86 yards, 2 touchdowns to interception. Okay. So I'm sorry, but your mom needs to put a little bit more starch in those clothing in order to help you move around a little bit better, because it's not working for old Tony out here on this gridiron. And I'm feeling pretty bad for the Giants at this point. It's tough for me to even say that, but I'm feeling pretty bad for this 2-8 team. They can't get any production out of them, and they got shut out and blanked in the first half, 28-0. So if you're a Giants fan, I know this year is definitely a tough one for you. It looks like you're going to have a potential top 5 pick in this NFL draft next year, and you better do something smart with it and hopefully pick up a better quarterback than what you did when you picked up Daniel Jones over Josh Allen.
Oh, my gosh. You are already in rare form considering that the Giants are coming to town. Goodness gracious. Okay. All right. Josh is horrible. Mickey says Drew's chat was off the hook last night.
It was,
which is great to hear. I'm glad that CGRA was off the hook. And if you don't know, now you know. Every Monday, you better check out this guy. Straight up, raw, uncensored, uncut, to the point analysis of the Commanders. If I want to know anything Commanders, and I'm not just pumping my brother up the gas's head, I'm just telling you the truth. You want to know anything Commanders, you go to him. VLK3 says, look, the Texans may have been tired of being considered dumpster Pelicans every year. And I know D'Amico Ryans was not going to allow them to be a dumpster Pelican for long. So I knew that was going to happen. I just did not think it was going to happen this year, but I'm glad it is. He says Ike's team still sucks. Wise. His team being the Giants. Boo! And I think he was doing that in jabbing me in saying that there was a Saquon Barkley sighting in the game. But he does go on, and he's also extremely objective and very blunt with his team. Says everyone, including the water boy, should be fired. Cowboys fan V-Like-A3 says the highlight for the Cardinals 2023 season is that Activision put on a crappy Call of Duty game. Oh, you all are brutal. You all brutal, but not as brutal as that scrimmage that we saw that Fox put on TV Sunday afternoon. And good Lord, you should be ashamed of yourselves. And we come to the game of the no. It was a good game. Actually, it was a really good game, but it was not the game of the week, though, between the Commanders, my partner's Commanders, and the Seahawks. It came down to the final gun where, yes, this game was decided by a last-second field goal. Unfortunately, it was not one that came off the Commanders' kicker's foot. It came off the Seahawks' kicker's foot as they won the game 29-26. Geno Smith, 31 of 47, 369 yards and a couple of touchdowns. DK Metcalf, 98 yards through the air off of 7 receptions. Tyler Lockett chipped in also with 92 yards in the air with 8 receptions and a touchdown. Kenneth Walker III of receptions, 64 yards on a touchdown. 19 more carries for 67 yards for him. And the Seahawks defense gave you 3 sacks and a fumble recovery. Brian Robinson for the Commanders side of things, 6 receptions, 119 yards and a touch. Sam Howell, who if I'm not mistaken, I think he might be leading the league in passing yards. 29 to 44, 312 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a lost fumble. That touchdown drive to get to put the game 26-26. You have the makings of a signal caller, sir. I mean, a big time signal caller. You have the makings of one.
If you ask that same thing to Kyle Nash, he'll tell you that it was all Eric Bieniemy. It's the reason why they've gotten this far. But I think maybe the tutelage and the sharing of the knowledge is one thing, but he still has to go out there and execute. He still has to go out there and make the plays. And Sam Howell's making the plays. Like, he's thrown consistently for over 300 yards this year. Mm-hmm. He's getting good production out of his team around him. The only thing that there's still the big question mark is the offensive line, because their running game is still horrible. Yeah, Brian Robinson did a great job as a receiver on that day on checkdowns, receiving passes, 6 of 119 yards in that touchdown. Mm-hmm. But as a running back, 8 carries, 38 yards. It's not going to get the job done consistently if you're going to try to make a run in the playoffs, whether it's this year, next year, or the year after that. They're going to have to address the issues on this offensive line. Now, they have moved some things around during this season, some offensive guards and tackle positions. They moved some things around. It's not the same exact offensive line that was when he was giving up as many sacks as he was, but he still received, Sam Howell, 47 sacks in 10 games. It's still a lot of sacks.
Yes.
Now it's not as bad as how things were shaping up the first 5 to 6 games. Things have improved, but it's still tough. But just like Wise just said in the chat, Sam Howell might just be that dude. And if they can keep a good coaching staff around him, if they make the move during this offseason, Rivera steps out, Eric Bieniemy steps in, and Eric Bieniemy still has a big hand in that offense, we could see something special in Washington and something that this team and this franchise has deserved for quite some time. We haven't seen a quarterback this dynamic in Washington, maybe not even in our lifetime. Joe Theismann was a good system quarterback. Of course, Doug Williams and what they got out of him and Mark Rippon, they were system guys. But the last time Washington might have had a quarterback that was this good might be almost 100 years ago when they had Slinging Sammy Ball. So, the one who pretty much brought in the forward pass into the NFL.
You're bypassing Sonny Jurgensen. Wow. Okay.
Sonny Jurgensen didn't bring a championship to Washington.
Well, that's true. He didn't.
Sammy Ball brought multiple, and I have to give him that praise right there. And I'm not saying that Sam Howell's going to win a Super Bowl, but he's the closest thing that Washington's had to potentially being that guy that could lead the team as a style quarterback that he is, could be that guy to lead them there. But no, RG3 had one great year. He had one great rookie year and then got hurt by the mismanagement of that team at that point. So, he could have been, but coulda, shoulda, woulda. We only had one great season out of RG3. I can't throw with so much praise, but I like what I'm seeing out of Sam Howell. Just like you said, if it wasn't for Shanahan damaging him, they should have kept him out for the rest of the season and brought him back the following year, and maybe things would have been different. But again, shoulda, coulda, woulda. That's over 10 years now. We can't do anything about it. What we can do is learn from past mistakes. They take care of Sam Howell, and it looks like they're doing a better job of it. But if he keeps taking the amount of sacks that he's taken this year, we're going to eventually be talking about the repercussions of one of those sacks. And that's the one thing I'm concerned about as someone covering the Commanders, a fan of the Commanders, or just someone watching football in general who likes to see the type of offense that we're seeing out of it, because there's certain plays in that 151-yard bomb that kind of reminds you of what you would see out of Mahomes in Kansas City when you had Eric Bieniemy over there calling the shots for the offensive plays over there in Kansas City. Not saying that Sam Howell's going to be, the next Patrick Mahomes, not saying anything close like that to where he's going to have multiple Super Bowls. What I am saying is you can see the presence of the style of coaching from what you had over there in Kansas City between Andy Reid and Eric Bieniemy, and now what he brings over there to Washington. They would be smart to lock him up as the head coach during this offseason before too long, because the Chargers and other teams are going to come knocking on EB's door, as he would be a great fit for them, but he would be an even better fit for Washington and what he's doing right now, and to extend that.
I agree. If the Commanders don't lock Bieniemy down, this just might be only 1 year of him being the assistant head coach / offense coordinator, because he'll be leading someone's team come 2024. I think, and it's going to happen. And look at this. I'm so proud of you all, my brothers, my Giants brother, and my Commanders brother, actually thinking alike. I'm so proud of you all. And Ryan McCarthy says, no love for former Toronto Argonaut Joe Theismann. Also, no love for Joe Burrow's father wearing his jersey coming into the Texas Bengals game because he took that L. I'm sorry, my bad. I'm sorry. That I gotta stop being petty like that. I'm sorry.
Well, Theismann, like I was saying before, between him and Doug Williams and Mark Rippon, to me, looking back at the tape, they're more system guys. They're more products of just being able to play within the system. So for that alone, I can't give. I'm not trying to throw shade on them or saying that they were bad quarterbacks, but those three quarterbacks that got those first 3 Super Bowls for Washington were mainly products of the system that they played in.
And I think, I hate to say it, I think their overall stock as, wow, they're great quarterbacks, it sort of takes a bit of a hit because, well, you had the head coach in Joe Gibbs. He won a ring with all 3 of them. So, and he's a bright offensive mind. So there you go.
And he's a Hall of Fame coach. But out of all of those 3 players that we just mentioned, which one of them has a Hall of Fame induction?
Doug Williams.
He does?
But, I think. Oh no, does he?
I don't think so. If Joe Theismann didn't even get a Hall of Fame induction, that Doug Williams didn't get it because, I mean, outside of that Super Bowl, what else did he really do? And just looking it up just now, he does not have a Hall of Fame induction. He's part of the Washington Redskins Ring of Fame, as he was just like Joe Theismann and Mark Rippon were. But no, we've got the head coach, Joe Gibbs.
Yeah.
Joe Gibbs got a Hall of Fame induction, but neither of the quarterbacks have a Hall of Fame.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, Ryan says, yeah, Joe Burrow took that L, unlike the Alouettes, because that was the jersey he wore on Saturday. They are Grey Cup bound, yes, and they will be playing against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Yeah, and if you want to tune into the alternative play-by-play, join my man on the No Creds REQ YouTube channel. He and our brother Snowman will be on the call for that. And good luck on that game, my man.
I was also needed to correct myself. Joe Gibbs is not a Hall of Fame coach, which is ironic, is pretty wild to me, considering the man had 3 Super Bowl victories.
3
rings. And when he came back in his 4-year tenure, he led the team to 2 playoff appearances. So we've been talking about different players, Ronnie Lott, whoever, who need to get into the Hall of Fame. There needs to be a push for Joe Gibbs to get in there because he might not have coached as long as what people had wanted him to, but for the short period of time that he was coaching, and especially in that first stint, you got to give that man a Hall of Fame induction. I'm surprised he's not in there already.
Well, not only 3 rings as a head coach, but he was for a time offensive coordinator of that wonderful Chargers offense that was led by Don Coryell.
There's people with less Super Bowl wins who have Hall of Fame inductions. What did Joe Gibbs do to piss off the NFL?
Yeah. Ryan McCarthy says, what? How is Joe Gibbs not a Hall of Fame coach? It's a Travis sham mockery. I'm sorry, Travis sham.
Not Dwight Clark wise. I meant Dwight Clark, not Ronnie Lott. That's what I meant.
Because yes.
Roger Craig, that's what I meant. The one that Snowman keeps crying about. Yes, that's what I meant.
Yes, I will say I agree with Wise. Ronnie Lott is in the Hall of Fame. I did see that ceremony. Yes, Roger Craig, that is the one who I believe he is in the running this year to be in the Hall, but we shall see come February. Victor, he says, look, there should be no singing by dim-witted Cowboys fans. There will be no singing morons from a certain base in Arlington. Oh, you mean something like this?
Ain't nobody calling me, texting me, paging me, asking me, are you still involved? Calling me, texting me, paging me, asking me, am I still involved? Y'all usually check on me. Listen. I'm still involved. I'm still involved. That's right. I'm still them boys. I'm still them boys.
All the pictures out there, child.
I'm still them boys.
And we also have a comment on our pro sports fans video. Lots of good matchups this week, says Justin Maltz. We will definitely get into our football matchups for this upcoming week. But when it comes to that video, my eyes are now burning internally. Cole, how dare you? That was probably 56 seconds too long. Like, I would say maybe 7 seconds of that was justified, but now my retinas are burning within. Very similarly to how AJ Hawk is feeling, a couple days removed from getting that thumb in the eye, as they were talking about on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. I'm dealing with internal retina bleeding at this point. I hope I can make it through the next hour and 45 minutes of this show, because this is tough. I'm hurting right now. Retina bleeding.
When I first saw this thing, I was like, I don't believe someone did. Oh, this is so ridiculous. I got to grab this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for inducing retina burning in your eyes, sir. But
it's tough. I'm gonna do my best to make it through this show now. But yes,
oh my gosh,
retina bleeding. You can sing that song all you want of the We Dem Boys, but your team is still gonna choke in the first round of playoffs.
Boys. Say that again, because that's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're gonna be gone. Oh, I love this. So, Cowboys fan, when the Cowboys whitewashed the Giants in the Meadowlands, actually said, all right, in the third quarter of that game, he says, all right, I'm gonna put this out now. We gonna go all the way. And I said, oh, you mean to the couch in January? I understand. Yes. yes. Oh, Ryan says, we them boys. He says, Drew's eyeballs are now singed. And Victor, who was a Cowboys fan, and any Cowboys sign that we say is not directed to him because he actually has a brain. He says, now from the makers of Hooked on Moronics, before you get drafted by the Moronic Republic, gallop, don't walk to pick up Hooked on Moronics. Call 1-800-THEM boys. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry for that detour. I just saw that from Victor. I just had to play it for him. Oh my goodness. So remember when you said that we had a bunch of bowling shoe ugly games? Almost all of them were actually televised. We just got finished talking about the Cowboys Giants, which was America's game of the week, presented by Fox. The Raiders beat the Jets 16-12. It was a field goal fest for the most part. Josh Jacobs, 116 yards on the ground, 27 carries. He did have a though, and he did have 2 receptions in the air for 11 yards. The offense gave you 148 yards on the ground. Did the Raiders? Devontae Adams, a Devontae Adams sighting. I mean, it is wonderful to actually see a coach actually recognize who his weapons are. Thank you, Antonio Pierce. 6 receptions, 86 yards in the air for Devontae. For the Jets, Zach Wilson, 23 of 39, 263 yards and a pick, and also maybe a foot, maybe 3 sizes too big. Otherwise, the Jets would have won the game because he dove for the end zone to hit the pylon, and unfortunately, his foot hit out of bounds right before he dove. Garrett Wilson, 9 receptions, 93 yards. Your thoughts on the Sunday night affair between the Raiders and the Jets?
I think this is more so Devontae Adams reaching up and grabbing this win than it was more so for Aiden O'Connell leading them to victory. He might be the guy to get them through the rest of this season, but the Raiders are going to have to address the quarterback position again during this offseason, whether it's through free agency or through the draft. Just the type of production that Aiden O'Connell's given you, 16 to 27, 153 yards, a touchdown, a pick, just isn't
Extremely
NFL-like
good.
numbers.
Yeah.
They're not starting quarterback-worthy numbers, in my opinion, especially when you're playing a team like the Jets. Now, of course, the strong suit of the Jets right now is their defense. So you can attribute that to go either way. The fact that he got 150 plus yards passing on that Jets defense can be a tribute, but Aiden O'Connell still hasn't, impressed me throughout this season for me to think of him as the number one guy in Las Vegas that AP is going to trust more than just this year, because based on what Antonio Pierce has done now, getting 2 consecutive wins as a head coach, he's undefeated as a head coach as of right now. It's looking more and more like he's going to extend his stay as the head coach beyond this year, and they will learn from the Rich Pisaccia situation from a few years back when they should have kept him rather than bringing in McDummy. Okay, but now, so we're back to McDummy. You thought we had escaped it, but Josh McDummy is back. Yes, we brought him back for one more showing, as the McDummels of the world definitely need to get it under control and not come back into the NFL head coaching position, especially for the Raiders. But no, I like what AP is doing for the Raiders. He's bringing a great energy, a great hype level to the team. But I feel like they need to address the Raiders quarterback position during this offseason, because Josh Jacobs did pretty well, 116 yards, but took him 27 carries to do so, where he only had an average of 4.3 yards per carry. To me, very similar to the Commanders, where they're going to have to make some more adjustments on the offensive line. But other than that, besides the offensive line and the quarterback, I like what this Raiders team has built around them. They need a few more pieces if they're going to be relevant in 2024.
Yeah, on the other side of things, surround Max Crosby with some talent. Please do, because that dude is big time. Surround him with some talent, because if you do, that defense could make some noise too. But I will say this though, I think the New York market is impressed with Aiden O'Connell, considering that he has beaten the Giants and the Jets in consecutive weeks.
Then he can go to the Giants. Wise-El Jefe can entertain that all day long. But I'm pretty sure he's done in Las Vegas as a starting quarterback after this year.
Yeah, he is. Yes, I know they're 4-5, but still, I think his time is done after 2023. I agree. And now, Bills did this to themselves. How? Okay, so last night's game featured the Bills hosting the Broncos. The Bills had a 22-21 lead going into the 2-minute warning, and the Bills just made mistake after mistake after mistake. A pass interference call off of basically I guess you could call it I don't want to say an errant pass, just a jump for pass between Mr. Johnson and Mr. Sutton. Put the ball in deep within Bills territory, where a field goal was missed. However, the Bills had 12 men on the field, so they gave the Broncos another game-winning attempt, 5 yards closer, and with a 36-yard field goal made, the Broncos beat the Bills in this week's upset of the week, 24-22. Russell Wilson, 24-29, 193 yards, 2 touchdowns. The stuff he did, basically as what veteran quarterbacks do, was more impressive than the stat line. But the Bills defense, they sacked Wilson 4 times. They got a fumble recovery. The Bills offense, paced by 109 yards on the ground from James Cook, 192 rushing yards, but James Cook on 12 yards on 109 yards, and had the case of the all game long. He did lose a fumble, but he lost the ball, I think, 2 more times, or fumbled the ball 2 more times to recover them. Josh Allen, 15 of 26, 177 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 fumble lost, 2 INTs. Your thoughts, sir?
Looking at the preview of this game before it started, I would not have guessed that Russell Wilson would have better numbers than Josh Allen at quarterback play for this. That was definitely one surprise to me. But again, like 2 other games that we had spoke of earlier in our slate, Broncos won by 2 points. It had not been by the 2 turnovers from Josh Allen, the 2 interceptions, we would be talking about a Bills victory here on this day rather than a Broncos come from behind victory at the end. So good on the Broncos. Good for Sean Payton to prove his worth as an NFL head coach, because it wasn't looking good that first month of the season. But for now, for them to be at 4-5, Russell Wilson with only 5 incompleted passes in his entire stat line right there, as he was 24-29. Still, the passing yards I'm not really impressed with, for the amount of money that he's making and the amount of hype that we had on him going into the last season when he came into Denver. You would expect more out of him. But the fact that he didn't turn the ball over, that he kept them in the game, led them to victory. Into that stat, I have to give him the nod on that one. So it looks like they're improving each and every week. They still have a long ways to go. But to be 4-5 at this point in the season after what we saw during that first month is pretty impressive if you're a Denver Broncos follower, fan, or someone that covers them. Definitely pretty impressive to see what Denver's doing at this point in the season.
Agreed. If we thought we would see Denver at this stage of the game be 4-5 after their horrendous start, yes, I would have called you crazy. But that's where we are. Same thing with the Bills. We did not think they would be 5-5, but yes, here we are once again. Ron McCarthy talking about Sunday night's game. He says that was triple bowling shoe, double pug fuckly. And that's a Jets fan saying that. And the vintage greeting from Sig Diggy. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Good afternoon to you, sir. He joins us all the way from Norway. And he joins us at the right time because we are now at the game of the week. And it was in SoFi. Between the homebound renting Chargers, I had to stop soapboxing these descriptions, my bad, and the visiting Detroit Lions. Nibby-tuck game for much of the way. The Lions had control of it, but they just simply couldn't put the Chargers away until the final seconds. 41-38 was the final score, and it was an offensive fest for your mama. Jared Goff, 23 of 33, 333 yards and 2 touchdowns. David Montgomery, listen, Bears organization, 12 carries, 116 yards and a touchdown. Why did you give him up, dummies? Jahmyr Gibbs also gave you 14 carries, 77 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground. The Lions gave you 200 rushing yards on the ground. Amon-Ra St. Brown, again, being a stud in the passing game, 8 receptions, 156 yards and a touchdown. But the Chargers would not be outdone. Justin Herbert, 27 of 40, 323 yards, 4 touchdowns and a pick. Keenan Allen, 11 receptions, 175 yards and 2 touchdowns. What do you think? CD Lamb all of a sudden? Oh, and Austin Eckler, 19 carries, 67 yards and a touchdown, 4 more receptions for 48 yards. Your thoughts on this game, sir?
First of all, before I go too far in depth with this one, I have to give a shout out to Sick Diggy, as he will be the special guest on this Thursday night's episode of D. Willie in the Evening. Little Diabetes. This will be the episode that he will be on. Old Sick Diggy, as we have Wilford Brimley right there, as we just showed his little clip of the diabetes. Inspired by Little Debbie, with special guest Sick Diggy this upcoming Thursday. It is going to be one great episode. Now, back to the show. And Sick, when it comes to the beanie, yes, slightly bad hair day. This morning I decided to get as much sleep as I possibly could, leading up to this game show that we have right here for the NFL Total Football Talk, which is why I'm rocking the beanie. So anyway, back to this game right here. When you look at the Detroit Lions over the Chargers, definitely was a close one. And the Chargers, for the record that they have, coming into this game at 500 at 4-4,
right,
now dropping to 4-5 against a 6-2 team, who the Lions are now 7-2. They've proved that they are still a pretty decent team. For you to score 38 points on that Detroit Lions team, if you would have scored 38 points on any other team in the NFL, for the most part, you would be getting the victory. Because most defenses that give up that amount of points don't deserve to win. But the Chargers gave up 41, and that's why they lost the game. I mean, Jared Goff led the Lions 23 of 33, like you said, for 333 yards, 2 touchdowns over Justin Herbert, who did throw for 4 touchdowns, 323 yards. But again, in many games that we're talking about that was decided by a field goal or less this week, a lot of them had to deal with there was more turnovers on the losing side of the game. So whoever lost would have 1 or more interceptions or turnovers than what the other team would have. Jared Goff did a great job protecting the ball. Herbert, 1 interception was the one mistake that caused them the game, as had you not turned the ball over there, they wouldn't have came down to that field goal at the end.
Right.
So it is what it is, but for you to get what you've gotten out of the Chargers, after very similar to what we were talking about from the Denver Broncos not that long ago. We were seeing some bad play out of them and almost wrote them off. And what they've been able to do over the past few weeks has been pretty remarkable, and coming back to where they were at 500 before this game. So definitely very impressed from what I'm seeing out of that division between the Broncos and the Chargers, and hopefully they can keep on improving and get better. But it looks like the Lions are for real. The kneecaps are getting bitten off, and they are now at a great record at this point in the season, 7-2.
Why did you say that, Dan? Goodness gracious. Okay. But yes, I agree with you. Your analysis is on point with that one. You mentioned the one thing that I was going to say. It came down to one mistake. Who was going to make that one mistake? Goff didn't. Herbert did. And that is the difference. And that was your game of the week. And this concludes opening drive. We'll be back with the Gridiron Scoop.
All right, let's go. We got trips, right? At 42, 989. On 2. Ready? Break!
We're just getting started. Total Football Talk will return right after this.
Everything Boston. I love you morons. New Kids on the Block, New Edition.
Dear whatever the law firm is. Sincerely, the U.S. Supreme Court.
Ben Affleck, Matt Damon. Go yourself again, Jason Whitlock.
Ready to hang with some fellas who know football? Let's ride. LC Muscles 28.
I think they're the most overrated defense in the league.
Steel Sermon.
We did not trail for a single second.
Tiny Tim.
McCarthy is a bonehead.
A Pistol 90.
I'm going with my boys. Fins up, baby.
Get ready for the Four Horsemen of Pick'ems. Every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central on YouTube. Poppy J.
You got the option to cry for the government. You got the option to protest. You got the option to keep buying. But this is also an option.
Wise El Jefe.
We're the first tech geeks. We're the first gamers. We're the first everything. Everything. Like Gen X's, we are the ones.
BS3 Network proudly presents the crew from the New York boroughs who never wants that smoke. Nah, they want that fire. Poppy J and Wise El Jefe. Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. Check your local listings for your viewing and listening pleasure.
Cole, check your feed as we are back for Total Football Talk. When it comes to our show right here, we are now going to go ahead and give you our previews here shortly of what we've got going on. But I had to get Cole to check the feed real quick as we are on multiple different platforms trying to bring you the latest and greatest in Total Football Talk action. And when it comes to what we saw in Week 10, we saw some great things in action, and we definitely talked about them in length there. And we've got some other things that we're going to talk about, especially the Gridiron Scoop and the Grand Champ and all the stuff that we've gotten to. But yeah, were you able to get that stuff there taken care of? Because it doesn't look like anything has changed on that other end there.
I mean, I did all that talking for nothing. Great.
Yeah, because I wasn't hearing anything. I was trying my best to keep it alive, but yes, as we are here at this point in the show, basically I'll start it out with a little bit of this.
Let me talk to you.
So now, as we are here at this point in the show, just getting things reacclimated as Cole figures out what's going on with that. We need to tell technology sometimes.
Stop it. Get some help.
As I am, doing my best to do this. I don't have the greatest of energy level this morning for this point.
Yeah.
Hopefully technology will decide to cooperate with Cole so I can have him back, because I'm not feeling this way.
I think I got my swagger back.
So hopefully when it comes to technology, it will get itself together so we can get back to...
Let's get ready to rumble.
And at that point, then we can do this.
Acknowledge me.
But yes, at this point in the show, we've got plenty of things to talk about. And some of you out there may be saying this.
Ain't nobody care. Who cares? Ain't nobody care.
But hopefully you will care enough. Because things will definitely, hopefully, get back on track here soon enough to where we can definitely get back to talking some football, because it looks like Cole is still frozen on the PSF app. What is going on with that there, my man?
Yeah, it's called acting a donkey. That is what.
Did you back out and restart the app?
Yeah, I backed out, restarted the app. The app wanted to be frozen in the. Well, we're going to put you into the app, and gave you the background for it, but nothing. So I was like, okay, fine. So right now I'm in the process of restarting my phone.
Okay.
So hopefully that will do the trick, because I wasn't even seeing the app when I got I wasn't seeing the chat when I got back to it. I'm like, okay, let's do it this way then.
Well, while we wait on that, I want to show Cole. I took a little thing, and I made another little thing into another thing that I'm about to show you guys here in a second. And some of you are probably like,
You can't handle the truth.
And I'm about to say this.
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, to the no.
So we recently changed times. We went to 9 a.m. Eastern time here on the interwebs for this show. So yesterday for Commander's Gridiron Report, I made a little change and took a little clip from something and made something into it. Cole, speaking with Cole again.
Football, and more football, you say? Well, tune in to Total Football Talk. Join your hosts, Drew Willingham.
You were playing like a dumpster Pelican quarterback.
And Cole Johnson.
It sets up a possible play action. Did you hear that, Dak Prescott?
As they take you through all the paces, both on the field and in the boardroom, of Total Football Talk. Every Tuesday at
9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central.
Exclusively on the Sertoba Media and the Comey Media Incorporated YouTube channel.
There's our commercial right there. Cole, I have no sound from you.
Thank you. Appreciate that little adjustment. Thank you. Oh my goodness, I swear. It looks like technology is saying,
Acknowledge me.
And we're over here saying,
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, no, to the no, no.
technology this morning has been acting like this. Just like a bunch of dumpster pelicans. It's that Walmart bag with the dumpster pelican fuzz on top of it right there. That's what we are dealing with right now with technology. So Comcast, Spectrum, whatever you are, you need to get it under control. You're not helping us out here on these feeds.
Show ain't. But we're going to help ourselves and help you out because finally we're back on track. For the GRIDIRON Scoop, and I guess we'll start in the game in Baltimore between the Browns and the Ravens. The 14-point deficit that the Browns rallied from to get that 33-31 victory against the division-leading Ravens in the AFC North, many would consider it a statement victory. The Browns, who had not won a game after trailing by 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter since 2014, became just the 4th team in the Super Bowl area to win after trailing in the first minute and not leading until the final one. Deshaun Watson, who he, of course, was the winning quarterback, he decided to speak to the public. And he said, quote, "We didn't back down." You know, this is definitely a big moment for us. Oh, yeah, girl. Close quote. All right. All kidding aside. So, yes, this was a statement victory for the Browns. Would this be considered a signature victory for Deshaun Watson?
I don't think so. I think this goes more along the lines of what we talked about earlier, where it's more of a statement for Lamar Jackson's 2 interceptions.
Agreed.
They cost them the game rather than Deshaun Watson R&T's pregame that gave him the motivational flow to get this game taken care of for the Browns. Because that stat you threw out there about the trailing and, like, of course, into the last minute of the game and coming back, they wouldn't have been in that position had Lamar Jackson not turned the ball over twice.
Agreed.
So I don't think is that much of a statement. Now, had Deshaun Watson done this without Lamar Jackson turning the ball over 2 times, then we could say that. But because Lamar gave him the game pretty much with those 2 interceptions, I can't take my head off to Deshaun Watson at this point. He needs to do a little bit more to prove the worth over there in Cleveland, because right now he looks like an overpaid quarterback there in Cleveland.
I agree. And the thing I have to say about this is I really would like for him, Deshaun, to actually take control of this team, because it doesn't look like he has. It looks like he's just going through the motions and he's too busy being one of instead of being the. And they paid him to be the reason why the Browns go from being a team that you really don't care much about to the team that is, you talk about them as a Super Bowl contender. They're not even close to that yet. And you still talk more about their defense and their offense. And that is in large part to the lack of, I guess you say, the lack of, it could be focus. It could be a lack of trust. It could be a lack of preparation that Deshaun Watson has either put in or has been entrusted in to the Browns' success. And until that changes, yeah, I agree with you. This wasn't a statement victory. I think it was more of an indictment against Lamar Jackson making big-time mistakes in the most crucial of moments. And that isn't what a big-time elite quarterback is supposed to do. Sorry. 600 regular season play and playoff games that Gerald Jones has seen, and the 49-17 victory this past Sunday, he said was like nothing he had ever seen. Well, you don't believe me? Well, check out his words. Quote, "That's hard to do, to have those kind of games." Good Lord. I saw that, talking about the fact that they gained over 600 yards and only a lot less than 200. And that's unfathomable. That should be noted. That's not just a notation. That's this team. We ought to take into that account as we plan on how we play people. Close quote. Now that I have made my ears hurt, like I made Drew's eyes earlier. My question: why are people so quick to crown the Cowboys Super Bowl champions after Sunday's performance?
Because they're half brain dead. Like that's the biggest response I can give to you on that one, because you lost to the Eagles and you rebounded on the Giants, but the Giants had 2 wins coming into this game. They were 2-7. So you're beaten down on a dumpster Pelican team, puts you and propels you to championship stature? I don't think so. This is another classic case, something that we see from Dallas Cowboy fans once a year, every year, whenever they have a statement win in their opinion. But if they were to do this against a team that was over 500 and beat them to this point, or at least beat a team with a winning record to this stature, I'd give you a little bit more to chew on. But right now, against a team like this, against Danny DeVito's long-lost relative, old Tony DeVito, I cannot give you the praise for this Dallas Cowboys. When you earn it, I'll give it to you. But you haven't earned it in nearly 30 years, so I'm not giving it to
you. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. Look, I really, and of course, this is not addressed to my man Ben, my man King Dog. Of course, our brother Victor. Is not addressed to you all, because as Cowboys fans, you actually possess something that most of your brethren don't, and that's a brain. But every single year we get to a game where the Cowboys just dismantle an inferior opponent, and it's ticker tape parade imaginations all over the place. We heard it in September. We heard it with the same team now, 2 months later, and it's like, oh my gosh, this team is basically high school level. You should in your sleep beat them down. And it's not because you all are great. It's just because you're just a better team than that team, and you actually decided to take care of business. You're not Super Bowl ready, because we now have seen 2 games in 2 different instances between 2 different opponents where the contrary has been shown. Until that changes, to the couch of January, you head. So sorry for you. Now, from a team that seems to think that they are Super Bowl bound with just any good thing, to a guy who it looks like he might be the savior of a franchise that needs saving. Away from the din of cocktails and chatter nearby in the lobby of the shiny new Lowe's Kansas City Hotel back in April, an elevator zoomed CJ Stroud up to his room. And of course, it was the fated night of April 27th of this year when he found out that he was the number 2 overall pick of the 2023 NFL draft by the Texans. Now, between then and now, it has now taken 6.5 months, and now we are talking about a 39-37 come behind victory at home against Tampa, completing over 450 yards in that game. And now another last second drive to give a 30-27 victory for the Texans over the Bengals. And the talk from within Texans fans and even from national prognosticators is saying that he is an MVP candidate. The question I will put to you, sir, is CJ Stroud a 2023 NFL Most Valuable Player candidate?
It depends on where your list lies. Me personally, based on his numbers, I've got him listed 7th on my list right now as based on MVPs. Has he played well enough to be in consideration? Yes, but I gotta look at the other players that I have above him. If the season were to end today, would I vote him as the MVP?
Right.
No, he would not be the MVP. No. Does he deserve Rookie of the Year? Without a shadow of a doubt. There's nothing that can argue that he doesn't deserve MVP, the Rookie MVP, the Rookie of the Year. But ahead of him, I've got Patrick Mahomes. I've got Jalen Hurts. I got Tua Tagovailoa. I got Josh Allen still and Joe Burrow. Before this game against the Browns, I could even argue Lamar Jackson. But this past week and what he did with those 2 interceptions, it's kind of brought him down. So maybe I've only got 5 people ahead of him as opposed to 6. I'd probably put Lamar Jackson below CJ Stroud at this point based on what he did against the Browns. But you can't really argue against Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Tua Tagovailoa. Those 3 alone deserve the MVP over CJ Stroud. I'm sorry. Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, especially with what he's done with the way the Bengals had started this year. I can't give it to CJ Stroud over Joe Burrow at this point because Joe Burrow, as tough as nails as he was to come back from the injury and to lead this team to where they're at now, even though the Texans just got the win over them, I still give the nod over Joe Burrow because we've seen more consistently from Joe Burrow in the past few seasons than we have a CJ Stroud, especially at the NFL level because CJ Stroud is a rookie. But I give CJ Stroud the nod, yes, of course, for Rookie of the Year. There's nobody else that's been a rookie this year who's been this great and this dominant on this stage. But especially, I might have him down a little bit further than what most would hope, but I can't give him the MVP over Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, and Tua at this point, based on what they've done with their offenses this year. CJ Stroud is special, and I feel like he may get an NFL MVP at some point. I just don't think that he deserves it in his rookie season when we've got the other talent around him in the league that I previously made. I can't say it enough between Tua, Jalen Hurts, and Patrick Mahomes. Like, I just, in my right mind, can't give him the MVP at this point. We still have, many games throughout the rest of this season. Anything could happen, but I don't think there's going to be enough that CJ Stroud can do unless he throws 400 yards a game for the rest of the season. Then you got to kind of have to give it to him at that point, but he's not going to do that. I mean, he's had some great games to this point, but we have to come back down to reality. He's got some other tough opponents throughout the rest of the schedule for this year. So do the other teams, but it looks more primed and set up for Patrick Mahomes, Tua, and Jalen between one of the 3 to run away with this one. And I think that Jalen Hurts is going to get it this year. The NFL is going to make up for what they did last year because many would argue Jalen Hurts deserved it over Patrick Mahomes last year. And if it comes down to them being 1-2 in the voting again, Jalen Hurts is going to get it, and they're going to make up for the mistake that they made last year. That's just what's going to happen here in 2023.
And if you want to know my thoughts on the matter,
as long as it's
tune in at the post game when I will talk about exactly what I think about CJ Stroud and his chances of being an NFL Most Valuable Player for the 2023 season.
Of course you're going to make me wait. You bring that cliffhanger in there. I was excited to hear what you had to say for a rebuttal, and now you're going to have to make me wait another whole hour? Come on, Cole Johnson. Well played, but still.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that nod. But yes, I will talk about it later on the program.
At least I can...
Total Football Talk.
Oh, yeah. Where my dogs at? It is time to award the grand champ for this week, for week 10 of the NFL season, and to give the, or I should say, for Drew's grand champ or dog of the week. All yours, sir.
This was tough. This was definitely, and I kind of feel like I'm saying the same thing each and every week for the past few weeks, like leading up to who my pick's going to be, but it was a tough one, man. It really was. I want to give it to the other side of this team here, but I got to give it to, in my opinion, I got to give it to Geno Smith. Geno Smith leading the Seahawks to victory over the Commanders. You could have easily given it to Sam Howell. But Sam Howell, again, 29 of 44, 312 yards, 3 touchdowns, almost led the Commanders to a comeback winner. He at least led them to tying the game at 26 with less than a minute left. But in under a minute, you had Geno Smith, with the help of some penalties, of course, leading the Seahawks down the field to getting that go-ahead field goal. Jason Myers for the Seahawks, perfect on the day, 5 of 5 on field goals for the Seahawks, with that 43-yard winner at the very end to seal it up for the Seahawks to get that 29-26 victory. But for Geno Smith, after everything that this guy's gone through with his tenure in New York, with his career as a quarterback as a whole for the past 2 seasons, and what he's had since the departure of Russell Wilson, for him to get the opportunity to have that career resurgence, it's definitely been really cool to see what Geno Smith's been able to do over there in Seattle. Even though we had to take the loss over there for the Washington Commanders, I sign off on the fact that my dog of the week, my dog of the week this week is Geno Smith, and that is my pick.
Good selection. I like that. I like that one a lot. All right, Cowboys fans, I will give it to you. All right, fine. So my dog of the week, yes, is it's Rain Dakota Prescott. I mean, look, to show you that I am biased, and I am unbiased. 404 yards to the air, 4 touchdowns, a pick. Psych. No, I'm not awarding it to Prescott. No, this one's going to one Mr. Jared Goff. 23, 33, 333 yards, a couple touchdowns. I'm loving the fact that at 7-2, not only does he give you the stats that make you say, wow, this guy actually could play the position, and wow, he is actually controlling the action on the team. Wow, he is taking care of the ball is the one thing that is within my soul about this guy. He is the leader of the Lions. Of course, yes, Dan Campbell sets the tone. Obviously, the head coach of the team, he sets the tone. But you got Jared Goff, who he's having this offense hum, and the defense is loving it, and they're humming along with him. Yes, they had an off game this past week, but sometimes defenses have off games, just like offenses have off games. And the defense has to pick the offense up, which the Lions this year, that has happened, where the offense were and the defense picked them up. This time, the defense was off, and the offense picked them up. And Jared Goff led the way for the Lions. So you're not getting any kudos from everybody, sir. You deserve it this week because no one's giving you the love, Jared. Continue this, my man, and you might make fans in Santa Clara, South Philly, Arlington, and maybe some other fan bases in the NFC quite nervous when we get to mid-January. Because if you keep playing like this, you keep spreading the ball the way you do, you keep taking care of the ball and not making mistakes, this Lions team will be taking kneecaps off and sending them home in a nice, cozy, warm bed and couch in mid and late January, because we'll be seeing the Lions go late in the playoffs. So, Jared, my hat's off to you, sir. Keep up the good work, because you have the Lions right where you need to have them.
Coming up next, the featured attractions. This is Total Football Talk. Comey Media Incorporated, creating content magic in the real world.
Yeah. But hey, that was last year. And what did he was out.
Right. And now he's in.
But he's been out for an entire year. It's not, you can't think he's going to make the same impact that he did before he was suspended.
I'm telling you, he won't have to.
What?
See how
Is he going to be able to keep his phone down and not make bets?
Come on, man.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, look. Hey, stop playing games. Y'all already know. Go ahead and toss him some Willie Bucks. Ain't nobody playing around. Hey, $ D Willie 87. Go ahead, hit him up on the Cash App, and go ahead and give him some Willie Bucks. Look at Drew looking stoic, ladies and gentlemen. Stoic on that $10 bill. So go ahead, slide my man over some Willie Bucks, and we good. That's all I'm saying. We good. How about some Willie Bucks?
Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
If you're looking for a sports program that gives you the flavor.
Washington Commanders? Really?
This whole thing stinks to high heaven.
That pulls no punches.
Thuggish act by a thuggish actor.
That gives you some humor.
Praise everything LeBron does and never criticize it.
If you want a show that gives you good times, then this is that show. BS3 Network proudly presents.
I am Cole Johnson, and welcome to
Cole Sports with a Z. Every Friday on Patreon, and every Saturday on YouTube, Spreaker, and all other outlets.
Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Welcome back to Total Football Talk. This is Cole Johnson. I'm joined, as always, on this show with Drew Willingham, and we're enjoying this so far. We definitely appreciate you all. Thank you, the PSF app. Thank you at YouTube and LinkedIn and Twitter /X and Twitch. We appreciate the love there as well.
In the words of this man,
it's about to go down.
Yes, it is. Because now we're about to put forth in the spotlight these games. Featured Attractions is now on us here, and I think this would not be too much of a shock to any of us. Basically, the two AFC North games will be on tap in this feature. We'll start with the first of them, which, of course, is the first game of the week. 2 nights from now, it will be in M&T Bank Stadium. The 7-3 Baltimore Ravens hosting the 5-4 Cincinnati Bengals. Now, of course, these two teams met earlier in the year. Baltimore taking care of business in Cincy. I think it was 32-23. The Ravens are favored by 3.5. The kickoff is at 8:15 on Thursday night. Now, the Bengals, they were riding high. They started off slow, and then they had a 4-game winning streak, and it got halted this past Sunday when they played Houston at home. How do the Bengals rebound from their Sunday home loss?
It's a good question because, last week I was calling for the Bengals to beat the Texans. And now a week later, thinking about it on the other foot, they're playing the Ravens. The Ravens, if they can't protect the ball like they did, like they made the mistakes in this past game, turning the ball over twice, I think that they've got a better chance of beating the Ravens this week than they did than the chance that they had beating the Texans the week prior. So if Joe Burrow can do a better job of protecting the football, which, he had his own questions, which is why we were talking about the fact the Texans won the game the way they did. It's going to come down to who does a better job of protecting said football. But when it comes to how do they rebound from their Sunday home loss, Joe Burrow cannot turn that football over. That's the only way that they can rebound in this game, because if he turns the ball over like he did 2 times, they lost by a field goal, and the biggest factor of that was the 2 interceptions that he threw. If he cannot do that and do a better job protecting the ball, the Bengals should win this game against the Ravens.
Ooh, okay. So sounds like to me who protects the ball for the quarterback position better is going to be the one who wins it. Okay. I like that. And I do agree with you. I think Burrow has to take care of the ball, which he did not do Sunday. Although he did throw for over 300 yards, 2 picks, one of them in the fourth quarter. That's not good. On the other side of things, the Ravens, they were having really good symmetry. It seemed as though they, at home for sure, had a formula. Jump on the team early and then just cruise to a victory by dominating them both with the running game on offense and the pressure they put on you on defense. However, we saw a recurring theme return for them, which is the lack of finishing off games against the Browns when they had a 14-point lead and they got washed away in an L. Will the lack of finishing games continue to be a problem for the Ravens?
It was the first time since October, the second week of October, that we saw it, because they couldn't finish when they played the Steelers on October 8th.
Right.
But from that point forward, they had won 4 straight games. So, it wasn't until this past week against the Browns that we really could be saying about them not finishing games, because against the Colts, against the Steelers, it was really only against the Colts and the Steelers that we've seen out of there, twice this season where they've had issues with closing games. And of course, they got a 7-2 record. So out of the 2 losses, we've seen issues with them not being able to close. I think that pretty much what happened in this past week was a wake-up call for the Ravens, that they're not going to be able to keep a decisive record the way that they have right now if they cannot, one, like we said in the previous topic, they'd be able to protect the ball, but 2, being able to finish games. They got 2 things they need to work on this week. One was ball control, and the other part was being able to execute better within the last 2 minutes of the game. So I think they're going to be able to get that corrected going into this week, but it's not really going to matter but so much until we get down to the very last minutes of the final quarter and we see what the turnover differential is at that point. So if the Ravens have more turnovers than the Bengals will win this game, and vice versa, because it's going to come down to who does a better job of moving the ball on offense and who does a better job protecting it as well at the same time.
Yeah. Well, also, you're right. This year they have done a good job. This has been a recurring theme for the Ravens, because last year they had double-digit leads in 5 contests, and they blew all 5 of those games. So this was one of those hopes this year that this was taken care of, but unfortunately it was not. So hopefully now that they're 7-3, that is taken care of and it is buttoned up. So who do you predict in this game?
The 7-2 Baltimore Ravens against the 5-4 Bengals. Most of the time, you would go with the team with the hotter hand, and that being the Baltimore Ravens. However, I feel like I've got to go on the other side of this for a second, and I feel like that I've got to go with the Bengals, and I'm going to tell you why. The Bengals were a hot team coming into the last game against the Houston Texans. I mean, they were doing some special things over there in Cincinnati after having the start to the season that they had. I have to seriously put some consideration into the Bengals and to Joe Burrow for what they've been able to accomplish in a very short period of time after starting the season out the way they did. I mean, yeah, they're 5-4 at this point, and they were 5-3 going into the previous game. But you got to look at the comeback they had to make in order to get to that point, winning 4 straight games from October 8th on, beating the Cardinals 34-20, beating the Seahawks 17-13, beating the 49ers, a team that is starting the year out 5-0. Of course, yeah, they did get to an 0-3 start after their 5-0 start, but they still beat them 31-17 in a decisive style victory. And they play the Bills and beat them 24-18. And when they lost to the Texans in this past week, it was a pretty close game. I mean, it was only decided by a field goal right there at the end. So looking at what we've got right here, I think that my prediction of who I've got to go with will be the Cincinnati Bengals. And that is my take of who I pick for this game this week.
Bengals, huh? Okay.
They let me down last week. They better not let me down 2 weeks in a row, but I'm picking them again.
All right. Well, for some reason, I think it's going to be the opposite side. I think the Ravens will learn that they should take care of the ball.
As well.
Yeah, they should take care of the ball, and they should finish the game off. Which, although I like the Bengals' chances better, I just think the Ravens are going to come in this game upset. And that's the right mindset they really have. See, the other AFC North matchup, Sunday, 1 p.m. kickoff. It is the Browns at 6-3, hosting the Steelers also at 6-3. The Browns are favored by 4 at First Energy Stadium. Pittsburgh Steelers offense. All I ask is this: can they actually stop winning ugly? That's all I have to ask.
When you have the man at quarterback by the name of Kenny Pickett, I just don't think that this team can do anything different other than winning ugly. I mean, Kenny Pickett is an absolute dumpster fire of a quarterback who is got a dumpster pelican living inside of his body, pulling the strings like he is a puppet. He is a puppet who is basically controlled by the ultimate dumpster pelican within. So for that, I have to say that this team will continue to win games in ugly fashions or lose them in just as ugly of fashions. So looking right here, even though they are playing terrible, I have to potentially give the nod to them here in this game, as I think we've got Cole experiencing some issues again here with his interwebs. He's had some issues with the interwebs today, so it's been one of those things where we've just had to do our best to really get through it, as he is here, but I'm not sure if he is here or not. Yeah, we will see here shortly if Cole comes back here very shortly. But until then, we're going to go slightly off the rails.
You can't handle the truth.
Hopefully you can handle it, because we're about to take it to another level.
Yeah.
Stone Cold is
What?
Yeah, it's just one of those days where the internet is not being friendly to my man Cole Johnson.
What?
And I know Charles Barkley is over here saying,
That's terrible.
hopefully he can get it under control here soon, because I still have to work this afternoon and need to get some more rest before going to work.
What?
That's right. I need to do that, which why you see a beanie on my head. Got up shortly before this show. Used to work 410s, now working 510s, have less time off, and need to get back into some rest before I go to work.
What?
But I'm up here early because this is the only time suitable to do the show, as we are here and Cole is back.
Yeah.
Glad that he is back so we can keep on with the show.
Thank you. And thank you for stretching. Enjoy that. All right.
I don't know how much more I got left in me, my man. I'm tired.
I'm
I'm tired.
I know. I know. Let me see. So on the other side with the Browns. So they had a double-digit deficit. They came back. They beat the Ravens, and now they have a chance to put a stamp on the AFC North. And if Ravens lose, with a win, they'll take over as the leaders of that division. How can the Browns use Sunday's victory against the Ravens as a springboard to greater things, not just with the not just with Steelers, but for the rest of the season?
Well, the Browns will not be playing a team nearly as competitive as when they played the Ravens. When they play the Steelers, yes, they got a record that makes them look like they're as good as the Ravens, only being a one win or loss deficit in comparison to the Ravens. But when it comes to this, if they can continue to capitalize on the other team making turnovers, and if Kenny Pickett continues to throw for under 150 yards a game, I think it's safe to say the Browns have a good shot of building on that springboard that you speak of.
Yeah. And hopefully they will do just that. So who do you have in this game, sir?
In this one, I think it would be safe to say the Browns should win this game based on the momentum coming from that Ravens game and the fact that they are just getting terrible play out of that quarterback position in Pittsburgh from Kenny Pickett. The Pittsburgh Steelers don't deserve at all to win this game. So I got to give it to the Ravens.
I agree.
I mean, the Browns, my bad.
Yeah, I agree. I think I personally believe that the luck of, we can actually have the defense give us a couple of plays and the offense not make mistakes. It's going to have to run out against a team that could take advantage of that one of these games. And I think it's going to happen Sunday, because I don't believe only the Steelers have enough offensively to offset what the Browns could bring defensively against that offense, and also with the ground game that the Browns can offer to counteract not making mistakes for that defense. I mean, that offense that the Steelers employ. Goodness gracious. Yeah, so I say the Browns are going to win it. Now, from the two AFC North matchups to the game literally of the week and possibly game of the year thus far. The Kansas City Chiefs, of course, the defending Super Bowl champs, they will have their Super Bowl rematch, but not in the Super Bowl, obviously, because that's 3 months from now, against their opponent, the Eagles, of that game, I should say. The Eagles are 8-1. The Chiefs are 7-2. The Chiefs are the home faves. Kickoffs at 8 p.m., 8:20 p.m. Eastern, 7:20 p.m. on the local side. Now, we are in the throes of the second half of the season, and we have seen the Eagles get out to this 8-1 start. Can it be possible that the Eagles can play better than they have these first 9 games?
Some of these games could have easily gone the other way. I mean, when you look at the competition that was given to them by Washington, they could easily, at this point in the season, they could definitely be 6-3 at this point if they didn't play their cards right. But shoulda, coulda, woulda doesn't count, as we have what we have right now. But the Chiefs, except for the Broncos game and coming close in that Dolphins game, even though they won that game right there, I have to look at the fact that the Chiefs are doing some special things this year, but losing to the Broncos definitely is a big question mark in my mind going forward. But when it comes to how can they be stronger in the execution of their offense, they've definitely need to continue to spread the ball around, and they need to find a way to get Julio Jones active. They're not spreading the ball around enough to him, even though he is a shell of what he used to be. I feel like they still have some more room to grow within that receiving core, and that the Chiefs losing to the whatchamacallit, the Broncos, definitely is a hiccup that is going to get exposed at some point. But the Eagles definitely need to find a way to be stronger in their execution of their offense.
Yeah, and I think what I find disturbing about the Eagles is that, yeah, they're winning these games, but man, they have not really put forth those efforts that we saw, like actually starting at this point last year, where the offense just was like this locomotive and the defense just kept getting after quarterbacks. We see it in spurts, but we don't see it. We haven't seen it in totality yet, and I find it to be problematic for them. Now, on the other side of the ball, the Chiefs' offense has sputtered a bit, but I don't find it to be too much of a problem because their defense seems to be actually picking them up, which that is rare in the Pat Mahomes-led Chiefs. And this team is actually, no, I should say this team, Andy Reid's teams are normally good after buys. They have a really good record in coming off of buys. I forget what the record is, but normally they see what they need to adjust, they tweak, and then they seem to perform better. Do you think the Chiefs can perform well off of their bye coming into Monday's game? And can Drew's mic actually come back and perform after being muted?
It is back now. When it comes to this right here, I think that the Chiefs can do that. When it comes to them coming back or whatnot off of this bye week and doing the things that they are definitely privy to doing, so I think that we could see some production out the Chiefs from that.
Okay, well, that's good to know. All right, so between the Chiefs and the Eagles on Monday night, who do you have?
It's tough here, and I can't. I want to say the Chiefs, but after they lost to the Broncos the way they did, I can't really give it to the Eagles yet. I can't really give it to the Chiefs yet. I think the Eagles take this win. It's going to be a close one. It'll come down to the wire, but the Eagles will get the whatchamacallit. They'll be able to rebound from their Super Bowl loss and get redemption in the Kelsey Bowl too. Kelsey Bowl 2.
Not Kelsey Bowl 2. For those who don't know, yes, Jason Kelsey, the older of the two brothers, is the center for the Eagles. Travis Kelsey, the younger of the brothers, he's of course the he's Taylor Swift's boyfriend.
Yes,
tight end of the Chiefs. I just think that I think the Eagles need to have a wake-up call in the form of a loss where they have played just good enough, and even in their lone L, they could have played just good enough to get the W in that one as well. It just so happened that Hurts turned the ball over within 2 minutes of the game being over. Otherwise, we'd be talking about this team being 9-0 and saying the same thing. They really haven't played up to their potential yet. I think they need to have an L to jolt them. And I'm not saying a blowout L. I'm saying like a last-second L. But I think they need to understand that they have to tweak some things in order to really get the job done. I'll pick the Chiefs. I would not be surprised if the Eagles win it. But I picked the Chiefs because I believe in them in Arrowhead playing well, and I just am not sold on the Eagles yet because I just think they need to know how good they are, and I don't think they do yet. Not this particular collection of talent. And that's a shame because this is a great group that just needs to have that spark to just let you know, okay, we play our best, you can't touch us. And I don't think it's going to happen now. But hopefully it will soon. And that concludes Featured Attractions. We'll be back with the Chopping Block.
Next, the Chopping Block and Snowflake of the Week. This is Total Football Talk. Join Ryan McCarthy.
I became a Jets fan because Kurt the Frog was my favorite Muppet because he was green, and the Jets wore green. That's how I became a Jets fan.
And Dustin Henry.
ESPN is cashing all in on let's pay a few personalities and we'll just kind of fill in the gaps.
As they walk you through all of the world of sports from their perspective.
The Albany Empire, it's a literal circus.
No credentials required. Where, Ryan, say the tag.
Where you don't need a press pass to talk sports.
Every Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. On YouTube and where you can find all podcasts. This is a BS3 Network presentation.
I want to do a TED Talk, but I don't have anything to talk about yet. I'm getting there.
Life is for the living. We're not here that long.
You can learn anything you want to learn without any money spent.
What do I really enjoy? What do I really want out of life?
I am your host, WIZE.
Are you in a life holding pattern? Well, this is for you. Welcome to the Stuck in My Mind podcast. Live every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 4 p.m. Central. Football, and more football, you say? Well, tune in to Total Football Talk. Join your hosts, Drew Willingham.
You were playing like a dumpster Pelican quarterback.
And Cole Johnson.
It sets up a possible play action. Did you hear that, Dak Prescott?
As they take you through all the paces, both on the field and in the boardroom, of Total Football Talk. Every Tuesday at
9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central.
Exclusively on the Sertoba Media and the Comey Media Incorporated YouTube channel.
Total Football Talk is back with Drew Willingham. I am Cole Johnson. And quickly, we will go to the chopping block. Will he or won't he? And this applies to Robert Kraft dropping the hammer down on Bill Belichick. Now, of course, after their 10-6 L they took in Deutschland, the talk has been that Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots, would give Bill Belichick his walking papers after that game.
Cole, check your private message there, my man. When it comes to this right here, Bill Belichick potentially getting the walking papers from this situation. How bad are things for Belichick? Winners, losers from the Patriots, lost to the Colts. When is Robert Kraft going to pull the trigger on them? It's not going to be this season for those of you who think otherwise, because you're still going to have to pay him the entirety of the salary for next year. Now, we're talking about Jimbo Fisher in the college ranks, about him getting relieved of his duties recently and how they owe him almost $80 million of his contract still over the next few years. It wouldn't be nearly as bad for Bill Belichick, but if you get rid of him right now, you're going to be paying him to sit at home, not just the rest of the season, but next year. You might as well get your money's worth out of him, or try to, even though a 10-6 deficit doesn't feel that way. The man's helped bring you 6 Super Bowls. And he plans on coming back next year. So we'll see what happens, but I don't think old Bill comes back next year, but I also don't think that they're going to get rid of him until the offseason.
Yeah. If he does, it would be the offseason when he does. At work, my colleague, basically my contemporary in a different field, was fretting if it was going to happen. I was like, nah. I said more than likely, if a move were to happen, it's going to be the end of the season. It's not going to be after this week. It won't be this weekend, so you won't have to worry about that. So yeah, I agree with you. I just don't think and then you have to take into account too, this guy talking about Bill Belichick. He and Robert Kraft have been tied at the hip for more than 20 years. So, it would be kind of cold and callous. You probably won't remember this, Drew, because you were a toddler when this happened. But for those who were old enough like me to remember it, you remember when Gerald bought the Cowboys, and before the 1989 season, he's like, Tommy, you did a great job for the Cowboys. I mean, you've been coaching this team for almost 3 decades, but your time has come. You out to pasture. Bye. You remember how people felt? And I mean, non-Cowboys fans were like, man, that's kind of cold just dumping out Tom Landry like that. You're going to get some people who are going to say similar things about Bill Belichick. So when you have long tenure coaches on a team, you're going to have to do things differently. So just a straight up, here's your walking papers, just won't cut it, and it won't hear.
3 years later, they had a Super Bowl, though.
3 years later, they hoisted a Vince Lombardi trophy.
First of 3 in that decade. So I'd say it paid off for the Cowboys. If the Patriots can have the same type of success after letting go of a legend who, they brought him a couple Super Bowls, but Bill Belichick has brought 3 times the amount of Super Bowls that Tom Landry did. I don't know if that type of comparison, Bill Belichick has done more for the Patriots as a head coach in the past 20 years or 20 plus years than what Landry did in that 30-year span or that 29-year span in Dallas.
Yeah. And we also learned with Gerald, he had no problems cutting loose at anybody after the coach he had that won him 2 straight Super Bowls. He was like, bye, sucker. So 2 different modus operandi, I guess. But I don't think Robert is going to pull the trigger now, next week, or next month. If he does, it'll be in the offseason, and it would be pretty much a big-time coronation send-off. It wouldn't be just a cold, calculated, okay, Bill, you're gone. I don't see it happening. I may be wrong, but I don't see it happening like that.
Hey, who's giving them the business?
Kyler Murray, who has been playing Call of Duty and also no. He's been
what?
Really? I almost want to go with. In fact, I am. Yeah, he's been playing Halo.
What?
Madden.
What?
Any type of Wii game.
What?
Everything Xbox.
What?
Heck, he's been playing Twister. I mean, the dude has been doing everything but actually be on the field. But obviously, since he tore his ACL 11 months ago, he's had to rehab it. Well, he finally got back on the field Sunday in the 25-23 victory over the Falcons. Doggone it. Austin's what just never gets old. But amazingly, though, it has been 335 days since Murray tore his right ACL in that Monday night game against the Patriots. And, of course, it's the first major injury of his career. But he wanted to get the win, and he did. So now he's got the win out the way, and he has, I guess you could say, maybe half the season left to show what he can do going forward. Now, my question to you, sir, is Kyler Murray auditioning to be on another team come 2024?
Potentially so. Before I answer that, my man Wale Akinso's in the house saying Sam Howell is him. In fact, gotta give a shout out to him for his for his Burgundy and Gold reviews show that he has over the urban sports scene, as we both have the Washington Commanders in our favor as far as in common for what we do out here in these streams. But when it comes to Kyler Murray auditioning potentially for another team, well, if the Cardinals keep winning and having the record potentially go to 9-8, even though I don't think they will, but if they keep climbing that ladder there, they're going to be out of the Caleb Williams sweepstakes. And based on the play from the Patriots and the Giants, along with the Panthers, those other two teams, along with the Bears who have the Panthers pick, looks like they'll be more likely to get Caleb Williams than what the Cardinals will. So I don't know. I don't know if this is more so an audition for Kyler Murray or an audition for the pieces around him to say that we're going to have to blow this thing up at the end of the year and bring in some better support for Kyler Murray if this team's going to turn things around. Because as they saw with Josh Dobbs, during those games that they lost, even though they've lost 8 games already, they've been in the mix for at least 5 out of those 8 games where they could have gone either way. So the Cardinals team is still a few pieces away from making some moves, but they might not need to make the move at quarterback. They might just need to bring some pieces in around them. So I don't know if Kyler Murray is more so auditioning for other teams or if he's auditioning for his own team for this year.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point. He might be auditioning to stay on the Cardinals. You're correct.
Hey.
Breaking news coming out of Orchard Park, New York. As per Adam Schefter of ESPN, the Buffalo Bills have said goodbye to offensive coordinator Ken Dorsey. You may know the name. He was the quarterback of one of those championship, the U teams back in the early 2000s. But Ken Dorsey has been sent his walking papers after that Monday night debacle at home against the Broncos. Your thoughts, sir?
First of all,
Acknowledge me.
For the breaking news transition, because I felt like it was the breaking news within the aftermath of the world as we were trapped within the Walking Dead video game or something. I don't know. I thought it was a little bit different, and some people are probably watching this right now saying this.
Stop it. Get some help.
And if you feel that way, I'm going to bring old Chucky B out there to say this.
That's terrible.
Yes, I am at the controls right now. That's probably a problem.
Yeah.
Even though Bishop Bullwinkle said it best.
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, to the no.
All right, so let me make sure that I got this straight right now. I went so far off the rails, I forgot what the mother father in question was. So where are we at in the slate again? Because I went so far off the rails, forgot what we were talking about.
Why are you like this? Ken Dorsey, the off.
Oh yeah, breaking news.
Ken Dorsey, the offensive coordinator, well, the former offensive coordinator of the Bills, got relieved of his duties. Your thoughts on that, sir?
I don't think it's going to make so much of a difference because, you know, the best coordinator that Josh Allen had has already been gone. So that was the best coordinator that he had. And of course, he came from the Bill Belichick coaching tree that went to the Bills. And now, of course, is with the Giants. And we see what's going on there. So we've seen a decline in Josh Allen's production since Daboll left. Not like drastically, like he's been a dumpster Pelican quarterback or anything, but we've seen the offensive side of the ball take a big hit since Daboll has left. So I'm not surprised that Ken Dorsey was relieved of his duties. Maybe at this point in the season, I would say that I'm surprised because looking at how the Bills have played, you can definitely throw some question marks on that offensive side, but the team is still at a 500 record. But maybe losing to the dumpster Pelican Denver Broncos, led by the ultimate dumpster Pelican of them all, Russell Wilson was probably, yes, he's probably the 8th one in the back right there. You see the one that has the Walmart bag stuck to its tail? Yeah, that's the one in the back, the 8th one over there. That's the one that I'm talking about when it comes to dumpster pelican, known as Russell Wilson. So, yes, that is who my selection is when it comes to why Ken Dorsey got fired. You lose to a dumpster pelican like Russell Wilson, a team spearheaded at the ultimate helm by the man, myth, and legend, Sean Payton, who is not a dumpster pelican himself. He just inherited a team of orange-colored dumpster pelicans. Now, looking at this right here, good on Ken Dorsey. You get an opportunity to go somewhere else, but I don't think that the Buffalo Bills are going to improve much from this in this same season. I think their playoff hopes are dwindling by the week.
I concur 100%, and I will touch on that in a bit. Yeah, I'll touch on it in a bit. That has been
Total Football Talk.
Oh, December may be near, but we're not talking about anything Christmas. We're talking Snowflake of the Week. Probably many people's favorite segment. Obviously, it's Drew's. Every time he hears that beat, he gets the head nodding like he's in a metal a metal concert. But
don't make me bring the hair out.
For his Snowflake of the Week, I will cede the floor to Mr. Willingham.
You know, I've got multiple dumpster pelicans that I would like to select for my Snowflake of the Week. And the first one that I'm going to go with is all the way from Duval, Father and County. This being Trevor Lawrence, who was 17 to 29, 185 yards and 2 touchdowns. My next one would probably be one of his teammates, Travis Etienne, 9 carries for 35 yards. Another one in another game that I'd have to go with would be Uncle Rico, Gardner Minshew, 18 to 28 for 194 yards in 1 interception. Now, this is not the ultimate dumpster pelican of them all. We have a dumpster pelican in himself who was a Snowflake of the Week, who actually was part of a winning team this week. And that is the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Kenny Pickett, 14 of 23 for 126 yards. But that's not even my biggest Snowflake of the week. I've thrown them all out here, and you thought that I was done. No, Cole Johnson, I was not done yet, because I have the ultimate dumpster pelican, the ultimate Snowflake of the Week right here.
Okay.
A team that he led to a 2-point loss in the matchup against the returning Arizona Cardinals. He used to be a quarterback for my team. I even have a shirt of him diving for the pylon in that playoff game for the Washington football team, the Washington team of football, the team that used to be formerly known as the REDSKINS, that I have the half-sleeve tattoo on my arm. It's now called the Commies, a.k.a. the Commanders, okay?
No, Drew, no.
This kid threw for only 55 yards. He was on 8 completions of 15 attempts. Oh, he had a touchdown. Congratulations, you did more than Kenny Pickett, but you still were the Snowflake of the Week. That's Taylor Heineke, a man who has a contract with Heineken, a man who is a backup journeyman quarterback, a man who should be doing better in Atlanta. But I don't know if it's because of the going on over there with Arthur Smith with the big old mustache over there. Big old mustache mountain old Arthur Smith is not helping my man, Taylor Heineke, get past 500 yards. Not 55 yards. Taylor Heineke, 55 yards. That's my Snowflake of the Week. It disappoints me to say it, but I have to give it to Taylor Heineke. 55 yards on 8 completions, 15 attempts. Yeah, congratulations on the touchdown there, brother, but still 55 yards. I can't get over it there. My beanie is shifting as I'm talking about it because I'm so upset about it when it comes to old Taylor Heineke there, Cole Johnson.
Oh, I was hoping you were going to award Taylor Heineke it, because I was like, when I saw it, I was like, I think he's probably going to give it to him. Hurts my heart because I know how much you were fond of Taylor.
I was, but those wounds of his departure have definitely been healed by the presence of one slinging Sammy Howell.
Well, Sam Howell, you ain't worried about quarterback for a good minute. You just have to worry about protecting him. That's the problem. It is so great that it is timed beautifully. We see the departure of Ken Dorsey, who was the offensive coordinator of the Bills. And before then, I was going to award this to him. And after it, I'm still going to award it to him. Mr. Sean McDermott, this is yours, and this is yours for the taking. Why, sir? Your team at one point was 5-2. At one point, you were riding high. You had a 48-20 butt whooping you put at home against the Dolphins. You were primed to take first place in the AFC East, and then you have done crap such as lose to the Patriots and gift wrapped a W to the Broncos on Monday night. And by the way, I'm sorry, you're 4-2. And by the way, you were benefited by the refs not wanting to throw penalty flags in the 14-9 victory on Sunday night against against the Giants in that putrid game against, of course, your former office coordinator and Brian Daboll. Otherwise, we'll be talking about you being 4-6. You're not preparing your team properly. It is just that cut and dried, that simple. The final drive last night, when you had Russell Wilson to the turf in a sack, you do a jailhouse blitz a second time. Wilson recognized it, and he threw it up for grabs, where for some reason the Bills secondary wasn't prepared to either knock it down or bat the ball down or even go for the pick. No, he ran almost as if Cortland Sutton was a brick wall or a tackling dummy. He ran headlong straight into his chest. That's one penalty that put the Broncos in position to kick the game-winning field goal. Then when the game-winning field goal was missed, you had 12 men on the field. You know what penalties talk to us about? It talks to us about the fact that you as a coach are not preparing your team properly. Now, you fired your offensive coordinator, but your offensive coordinator called plays where they brought the Bills to a 22-21 lead late in yesterday's game. So really, it did not fall at the feet of Ken Dorsey. It fell at the feet of you, Mr. McDermott, because your specialty is defense. And you had a big-time defensive penalty, followed by a bigger-time special teams penalty that cost you the game. And there's some little mistakes like that, like the game in Foxborough, that just simply says to me, the Bills aren't prepared, and out the playoffs you go. Now, you can rebound and do something better, but they're going to have to rebound from you, my friend, because you're not cutting the mustard. You keep going like this, Ken Dorsey will be the first person to walk out the door. The last one will be you.
The 2-minute drill is next. This is Total Football Talk. Hey, Eagles fan. Join my man Cool McCain and a host of others as they break down every single game, every single week in an objective manner, and also from a fan's perspective as well. Remember, this cast feels just like you. Nobody likes you. And you don't care. Fly, Eagles, fly. Eagles Elite Podcast. Every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern on YouTube and other podcast outlets. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. You want your commanders to be repped right? Well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Monday at 3:05 p.m. Eastern, 2:05 p.m. Central. Exclusively on the Sertoba Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, commanders. Where my soldiers, left side.
Join the transporter to Hades.
Your butt and gut becomes one.
Join the reformer of hooker whores.
This is my daughter, Placenta Booty Johnson.
Join the bronze god.
Whenever you are in distress, take off your baseball cap and throw it in the air.
Join your very own superhero of broadcasting, Chris Bass.
So whatever color crown they get, they palm it and do 2 circles, and that translates to, I can be the black people.
As she takes you through the week's paces in Baseline. Live every Saturday at 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Central, Pacific time zone people, just stay asleep when this is on live and just catch the recording. Oh, I'm sorry. Exclusively on the Chris Bass YouTube channel.
We are rounding into third and going home. We're not talking baseball. We're talking football. I mean, it's total football talk. There you go. Welcome back to Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham. I'm Cole Johnson, and we just got finished awarding our snowflakes, and now it is time for the 2-minute drill. For those who have not followed along, this is where we pick the best of the rest in the slate of games that the NFL has to offer. And before we do, we will say to the Falcons, the Colts, and the Patriots and the Saints, enjoy your bye for the upcoming week, this Thursday, Sunday, and Monday. That's right. The Falcons, the Colts, the Patriots, and the Saints are on a bye for week 11 of the 2023 NFL season. And now on tap is the best of the rest. And we will start with the Sunday 1 p.m. kickoff in Detroit. That's a 7-2 Detroit Lions. They take on the Bears at 3-7. The kickoff is at 1 p.m. in Detroit. The Lions are favored by 9.5. The Packers, they are hosting the Chargers. The Packers are 3. I'm sorry. Who do you have in the Lions-Bears game?
If anybody picks the Bears, that's all I got to say.
That's what I thought. I knew I was crazy, but I'm like, okay. The Packers, they are hosting the Chargers. The Packers are 3-6. The Chargers are 4-5. Both are coming off L's. And on the not so frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, the Chargers are 3-point road faves. 1 p.m. kickoff is when this starts. Who do you have in this one?
Because I feel like the Chargers got tuned up pretty well in their previous matchup against the team that we just laughed about potentially losing to the Bears. I have to give it to the Chargers in this one. I feel like they improved to 500. They'll be 5-5 at the end of this game. The Packers, even though Jordan Love is throwing consistently over 250 yards per game and is doing okay as far as spreading the ball out there, he's not doing the best of job as far as protecting the ball, as he's turning the ball over a little bit too much. And that's going to be what continues to decline for the Packers for this season. It'll be some growing pains for him. He'll be able to learn as he watches the tape during the offseason, but unfortunately, there's still plenty of season left and plenty more mistakes for Jordan Love to make. As he'll make them in this game at home, and the Chargers will get back to 500.
That is well said. Love has played okay, and it's unfortunate. He's inaccurate for much of the time, and he's error-prone. And I see that continuing. Even though, yes, the Packers at home, I just see that continuing.
And I think people expected him to have the type of start that Aaron Rodgers did, but Aaron Rodgers was already special coming into the league, for one, and he played behind a Hall of Fame quarterback. Now, Jordan Love did the same thing as he played behind the Hall of Fame to be quarterback in Aaron Rodgers, but two totally different eras. Aaron Rodgers was that dude coming into the league. He just needed to grow a little bit more and spend that time on the bench learning. Jordan Love, there were question marks around him being the guy before they even started this season. So there was a lot more positive hype when Aaron Rodgers, when he took over, and which is why he was able to live up to it. And Jordan Love is definitely not doing the type of production, or not giving the Packers the type of production that Aaron Rodgers did in his first full season as a starting quarterback.
Yeah, he's giving you dumpster Pelican vibes for sure.
Probably the 10th or 11th one back there. He's not the worst of them all. But
yeah.
He's like middle of the pack dumpster Pelican.
Yeah, he's not the worst of them all, but he's not been doing great. He's not been doing great at all. Going from Green Bay to South Beach, the Dolphins at 6-3. They come off their bye. They play the Raiders, who haven't gone on the bye yet, at 5-5. Again, kickoffs at 1 p.m. on Sunday. The Dolphins are a touchdown and a field goal favorite. Who do you have in this one, sir?
This one right here, I think the Cinderella story for the past 2 weeks of the Raiders is going to end this week against the Dolphins. I'll be surprised if it goes the other way, but it is the NFL. Anything can happen on any given Sunday. And this particular situation right here, I would not be surprised if the Dolphins lose, but based on what they've done with their offensive side of the ball, I would have to say that it's going to be a little bit too much for Max Crosby alone to be able to handle on the defense, because he's got 10 other people around him that still have to do their job. And I think it's going to be a tough matchup for them, considering the weapons that the Dolphins have on offense. I think the Dolphins take this one. I don't think that they're going to mollywop them into the fashion that we saw the 49ers beat down the Jaguars this past weekend. But I think that we're going to see them get the win decisively, at least by 10 to 14 points.
Yeah. I think the Dolphins are going to – I think they're going to literally run the Raiders out of South Beach. I just don't think
you think it's going to be worse than that, worse than 10 to 14 points?
Yeah, I would. It's not going to be the 34-3 whitewashing of that variety the 49ers did to the Jaguars. No, I'd say it's probably going to be between 17 and 21 points for me. I just think the Raiders will probably hang in for a quarter and a half, and then somehow one of those bombs that Tua will throw to either Hill or the Waddle will just break the game wide open. That's how I see the game unfold. And then they'll just have the running game just take the air out of the rest of the game. That's how I see the Dolphins do it. But they're going to win this game, and I think they're going to win it quite comfortably. Now, a team that should win their game quite comfortably, your Commanders at 4-6. They host the Giants, their rivals at 2-8. Again, local time kickoff is 1 p.m. The Commanders are also one touchdown and field goal faves. Your thoughts on this game, sir, and who do you have?
Was El Jefe? I'm not sure if you're here, but
let me talk to you.
When it comes to this game right here, I may have had the 1-7 prediction a little bit off. When it comes to this situation right here, it's time for you to not go 2-0 against the Commanders. You will not be able to say that during this offseason. I will not allow you to have the bragging rights of that. I will make a phone call to New York if I have to and throw a few bucks and Pete Rose your way out of the win, okay? Because it is time for the Giants to lose. It is time for you to come down off your high horse because you got that victory after starting the year 1-5. Congratulations on that again, by the way. But you are about to become 2-9 as the Commanders will win this game, and pretty decisively because you have your number one guy, Tony DeVito, in there at quarterback. And because of that, you're going to get embarrassed in Landover, Maryland. What Cole thought was the last scoring potential opportunity of the game between the Dolphins and their contestant of the Raiders, I think we're going to see that in Landover, Maryland this weekend.
Oh, so you think it's going to be a 70 to 20 point victory for the Commanders? Wow.
It's time to humble those New York Giants fans that are speaking so highly of their team after that win. And hey, you've got 3 consecutive losses after that. So good job on speaking so highly of your team that you caused them 3 more wins in the process, as they are now 2-8. So yes, I think that you jinxed them, and you're speaking all that ill will towards the Commanders this week because, you got that second win of the year against the Commanders a few weeks ago. Congratulations. You better not lose to Tony DeVito. Oh, I see you. I see you out there, Wise El Jefe. I'm glad you're still with us in the comments on one of these channels here. So yes, you heard what I'm saying. It is time to humble those Giants.
Oh my gosh. Oh Lord. And if I hear Wise say, oh my gosh, it is so great to be a 3-8 Giants fan, I'm going to laugh for a solid week. It will make all of my family members look at me like I'm crazy because I'll just burst into laughter. I'm like, what is wrong with you, Cole? I'm laughing because my brother Wise is just gloating about the fact his team is 3-8, but 2 of those videos are against my other brother's team, Drew's, the Commanders, and he was just, and Wise was just like, it is great to be a 3-8 Giants fan. Oh my gosh.
I mean, you could say no Chase Young, no Montez Sweat all you want to, Wise El Jefe, but I mean, looking at the way that they've played in the past couple weeks, especially with how they did this past Sunday, they don't need them. They weren't staying this close in games with them. So to get that 2nd and 3rd round pick, I think it's more beneficial in this next year's draft than to keep them lingering around. And shoulda, coulda, woulda, we wouldn't have known what we've had without him. And for Sam Howell to do what he's done in this year alone, I mean, he's doing pretty well. The problems are not on the defensive side of the ball. The problems are on the offensive line. Things are pretty balanced on both sides now for the most part, except that offensive line. So when they address those issues there, you are not going to win a single game against the Commanders next year, let alone your entire division if you keep playing the way that you're playing.
Wise says he don't even believe that mess. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. And he also says, no chance.
Yes, and you have got a fan in common there, Wise. Ike, our friend Ike, who isn't here. I guess it's too early for him this morning. He would be commenting and saying other things as well because he is a Giants fan. So,
so Ike is a Giants fan. Okay,
Ike is a Giants fan. I've gotten you should have been in the chat yesterday, Cole, because it was between him and Mickey. It was lit on both sides, and you got Mick, who's the Seahawks fan, rubbing in my face about my predictions. You got Ike giving me a hard time about the Giants game this next week. Yeah, it's go back check out that episode. It's definitely an interesting one with their comments there throughout that. But yeah, definitely very interesting. I miss you guys there. And I'm going to throw you guys under the bus a little bit. Wise El Jefe, Ryan McCarthy, Victor Locke, all of you that are on Comey Media right now. I haven't seen you on Sotoba Media's chats. You guys haven't been part of the near 2,000 watch hours that have come from this past 5 months. To be part of what is going on with Sotoba Media is definitely pretty special, but it would be nice to see those of you who I just mentioned in the chat sometimes, because there's other shows that go on besides this one in a week. So come on back over, check them out. Got a great one for you this Thursday night with Sick Diggy, and in that graphic that I showed you earlier with Being Will Diabetes.
And continue to be on Comey Medias as well. We totally appreciate you being on that channel too. But yes, definitely check what Well, you all know what your brother does. Just check out the stuff he does as well. Constipated Sin City, he says, "Hey fellas, have I missed much? Oh, you missed a lot. Oh yes." Wise says, "Look, you might benefit from Kayvon Thibodeau being concussed. It's quite possible. Now that will ease the burden of the offensive line for the Commanders having to stop the defensive pass rush for
That's
the
a
Giants."
Cool name.
Constipated in the Sin City. Oh,
Yeah.
Lord. Dallas Cowboys. Well, I'm glad you mentioned that.
Thank
No,
you.
I'm not gonna burn you.
Thank you for giving me only a few seconds because I could feel the temperature rising behind my retinas. It was starting to get to a point where I could almost fry an egg on those units. Like if I took the retinas out, threw some egg yolk up in there, give it about 2-3 minutes, you'd have some scrambled eggs. Put the retinas back in. It might help the vision. Have some egg juice back there behind the retinas. I don't know. But what I do know is that video is absolutely absurd. The Dallas Cowboy Nation is in that same boat. They are just as absurd. And I'm looking forward to getting on to the next topic when it comes to the games that we're talking about on this fine day.
Unfortunately, the next topic happens to be the Cowboys. That's so funny about it. They are on the road. They're going to Charlotte. They're playing the Panthers. The Panthers are 1-8. The Cowboys are 6-3. The Titans, they're 3-6. They're going to Jacksonville to play the Jaguars. Jaguars, look, come on now. Come on. Cowboys, Panthers. Buddy. No. Mm-mm.
I wanted to throw in a
Hell to the no, to the no. Hell no, to the no.
I was hoping you were going to go with the upset of the week, so I could do that, followed by
Yeah.
If I believed it, I would have rolled with it, but I certainly don't.
What are we going to do next week? Well, next week it'll be either by myself or I'll find out later today if potentially Kyle Nash will be able to join me because with him being part of the PSF Nation as well, it would be an easier transition to be able to still do this and PSF at the same time. So that was my goal. But yeah, next week, Cole, you're going to be leaving me hanging because you're not going to be here if I have to defend the fact that we were wrong about the Panthers potentially upsetting the Cowboys.
Just for that.
Yes, 5 seconds.
I should have let that thing play the whole 56, 57 seconds. No. Look, I know you too. I know Kyle would be too. Be happy if the Cowboys fell to the Panthers. But the analysts and all of us are saying,
Hell to the no, no.
Nah.
CISC over here is cousins with Tony Dorsett.
One of my favorite running backs of all time. I love Tony Dorsett.
That's awesome. Well, that's definitely pretty cool. Let them know that we feel the same way about, he is one of the great running backs of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess you were born to be a Cowboys fan. Now, the shade that we throw on Cowboys fans isn't directed at one individual or whatnot. It's because there are Cowboys fans out there who are pretty cool. We talked about it with Victor Locke, with other people that we know. BS3 is another one. There's other friends of mine that are Cowboys fans, and me being a fan of the team with no name, because even though they have the name Commanders, I still say
I live with many of them in my time.
You can still have some friendly banter back and forth when it comes to this, but overall, if you were to take the bulk of Cowboys fans and put them into one group, you can't handle the truth. It comes to their team, and they literally need to take this advice right here.
Stop it. Get some help.
Now,
acknowledge me.
So yes, understand that I actually like the team, and I love Gerald. I love to poke fun at him because the dude is just easy fodder. But I had no hatred for the team. The fan base, I don't have hatred for them either. It's just not you, not you, constipated. But many of them are just out there. They're just out there. Oh, Wise, who for reference, the name he's mentioned, that's his cousin. And his cousin is a Cowboys fan. And he says he is Marvin Otero. He's annoying as all heck. Oh, and any hatred that we don't have, Wise does.
Mixed comment just it really gets me every day. He's just high constipated. How are you? Like, I just when I read like that, like I see that name is a cool name, constipated as in city. But when I read it as high constipated, how are you? It brings me to tears almost. Just think, I've never in my life before today seen somebody greet constipated in that fashion and say, "How are you?"
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but the lack of sleep is getting to me right now when I'm reading that message.
That's fine. I'm having a ball with you having a lack of sleep in the chat firing up. Why it says, look, how could you beat scrubs and celebrate, but once you play a real team and lose, all I hear is crickets. Drop that mic, brother. Drop that mic.
What are you talking about?
Talking about the Cowboys. Talking about Cowboys.
Okay, I'm about to say you better not be talking about the Commanders.
No, you're not talking about the Commanders.
Because even the games they've lost, except for one, they've been in every single game. So, but Cowboys, yes, they can beat up on teams that are at 500 or less. But any team over 500, they've been struggling with, and that's definitely going to be exposed once they get to the playoffs. They'll make the playoffs, but then they'll get exposed in the first round like they always do.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, younglings. Thank you for calling me a youngling, because we're probably similar age since Texas Stadium was created in 68 and the first game was 71. I was born 2 years after that. So thank you for calling me a youngling.
Cole, you do hide your age pretty well. Like I'll at least give you that. Like there's not many people that would be able to guess where your age number is. We don't have to throw it out there right now, but all I gotta say is the genetics are definitely doing you a favor, my man. So definitely, I hope that I am that blessed to have that same discussion in about 15 years, but I don't know if I will be or not. So we'll see.
Yeah. Well, I definitely give the credit to God, my mother, and my father. All right. So the Jaguars, they are 6-3. Oh, we both picked the Cowboys in the Cowboys-Panthers game. And how dare you, Fox, put this as one of the featured games on the TV. I'm sorry. Off soapbox. Jaguars, they host the Titans in Duval. This 6-3 Jaguars against the opposite Titans. 1 p.m. kickoff on Sunday. And thank you, Mickey. I would love to be 45 again. The Jags, they are, let me see. They are 6.5-point faves. Who do you have in this one?
I have this.
Really?
I think old Will Levis is going to show up for the first time since his debut game where he threw 4 touchdowns. The Jaguars should have their tail between their legs after losing to the 49ers the way that they did this past weekend. The hype that we had on this Duval team that played like an absolute group, spearheaded. Yes, you beat me to the punch, clicking on it before I could, as they are definitely probably the 9th or 10th dumpster pelican in the pack right there. That's just my take on this. But when it comes to this team right here, they have got to get things under control if they want to make improvements, because I just don't see them coming in back to home. They're going to be back at home this week. They got their tails beat really bad at home in this past game. And now they're at home a second week in a row. If you're already going to lose in that fashion, the way that you did against the San Francisco 49ers, who were 5-0, and then they were 0-3, and they were 5-3 coming into Duval, and you gave up that amount of pressured points to that team right there, and you don't think the Tennessee Titans have the opportunity to do that? Vrabel is coaching for his job. Will Levis is playing to be the potential starter going forward because Ryan Tannehill sucks so bad that they had to make the moves. So he's going to drive the Chevy to the levee. Old Levis driving the Chevy to the levee is going to happen this weekend.
Not a Don McClain reference.
Yes, there it is for you. The Tennessee Titans will upset the Jaguars this weekend. And that is my pick for this game right here.
It is going to be a rare opportunity. I'm actually going to root for the Titans because for those of you who know me, I don't like rooting. There's no other team on the planet I root for less than the Titans. I root for the Lakers, the Yankees, and the Cowboys more than I'll ever root for the Titans. But I am doing it for selfish reasons because but I'm doing it for selfish reasons because
Cole, you're muted. I just beat the crap out of my chest.
Oh Lord.
Still no sound, brother. Not sure what's coming on. I started beating the crap out of my chest.
Goodness gracious. Okay.
And because I couldn't believe it. I don't think StreamYard liked what you had to say because you still have no sound. Like StreamYard is like, how dare you pick the Titans? You have been for years up here throwing shade, calling them dumpster pelicans. And it is going to cash out on you. I still cannot hear you. I do not know what is going on with that. While Cole figures that out, let's give you a promo real quick.
Football, and more football, you say? Well, tune in to Total Football Talk. Join your hosts, Drew Willingham.
You were playing like a dumpster pelican quarterback.
And Cole Johnson.
It sets up a possible play action. Did you hear that, Dak Prescott?
As they take you through all the paces, both on the field and in the boardroom, of Total Football Talk. Every Tuesday at
9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central.
Exclusively on the Sertoba Media and the Comey Media Incorporated YouTube channel.
All right.
Oh, I think your volume is fine. I got so excited that I pulled the plug out of my headset when you were talking about the Tennessee Titans.
Okay,
my chest.
So, all right.
You were fine. I was not fine. So let me bring you back on over.
Thank you. Goodness gracious. Okay. Now, as I was saying, this will be one of the rare times I will root for. Oh Lord. Why?
It's true.
And I'm not even high. Thank you, Watt. Thank you, my brother. I'm glad you had my back.
Hey, I admit at fault. Okay, I admit at fault. I was going like this, and apparently when I came down, I pulled the cord out of the headset, and I'm like, Cole, I can't hear you again. In my defense, we went through this earlier in the show, so. But the cord has been in the whole time. So, hey, I fumbled the football.
That's all right.
But not as bad as some quarterbacks this past weekend.
Oh, good Lord. Yes. Why says, look, Tannehill's willing to mentor the young QB. Yeah, he's willing to mentor Will Levis, but had an issue mentioning Malik Willis.
Because he's probably racist.
See, I didn't even say it.
Yeah, but I'm just being honest. It's like, you see the difference. There is color difference between Malik Willis and Will Levis. So me speaking on the outside in, not part of the affiliation, and don't try to get me for any type of slander or anything, but from guessing how it looks, that's how it says. Yeah, I said it, not you. And I'm just saying, you thought it, and
I'll be lying if I said I didn't think it. You're right.
I could see it right as soon as you were saying it. I could see it right on your face. So I figured I would beat you right to the punch and just say, "Hey, I'm not gonna get canceled for saying it because I'm just saying exactly what I think is the situation." Because they were saying coming into the draft that Malik Willis could potentially or should consider moving to wide out. Okay, or moving or switching positions.
Right.
Based on some of his play in the preseason and what we've seen for the past 2 preseasons, I'm not going to say that they were wrong in that synopsis. But when it comes to Ryan Tannehill not stepping up and showing him the ropes a little bit better, that may be the reason why. I could be wrong, but I think that the NFL's projection, like before the draft, of him moving to wide receiver is a fair synopsis based on what we've seen the production wise in his little bit of action in the NFL. But maybe he would have been a little bit more ahead of the curve had Ryan Tannehill taken the opportunities to help him along. I don't know, and we may never know now that the whole moves have been made. Will Levis looks like he's the future quarterback in Tennessee, potentially at least ahead of Malik Willis. So we'll see going forward what's going on there in Tennessee.
Okay. All right. And happy belated birthday to you, Constipated. And no Asian in the fam, but hey. And thank you, Wise, for enjoying it. I appreciate that. And yes, I agree with you. He said it, not we. As a fan, I'm going to be rooting for the Titans, which it hurts me to say that, but I have to. And the reason why is because the Jaguars are first place in the AFC South. The Texans are second. They are only 1 game behind the Jaguars, and the Texans already have beaten the Jaguars once. So we have the tiebreaker for now against them. So it would be beneficial if the Titans beat the Jaguars. Unfortunately,
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, no, to the no, no.
Because I'm going to be rooting for the Titans, I'm going to be disappointed thoroughly. And they're probably going to just... RL Speedwagon, you said Constipated. That's cool, brother.
Yes.
Cool.
And with this statement right here about the disrespect that he showed Tom Landry, go back and check out what Cole and I said probably about 30 minutes ago. It was around the time where we were talking about it, but definitely a great statement there. But REO Speedwagon, definitely a great band of the past bands to definitely go check out live, especially if you had a little dose of Wise El Jefe in your system.
Fighting for to the shore, down into the door forever. I'm sorry, my bad. My bad.
And we don't need to quit our day job. But yes, when it comes to REO Speedwagon, great choice. Take a double dose of Wise El Jefe and go see the next concert.
And yes, and of course, my brothers. I'm gonna keep on loving you. I'm sorry, my bad. All right, so I'm rooting for the Titans. Unfortunately, I'm picking the Jaguars because I think the Titans will be thoroughly disappointing me because I'm rooting for them for once in a blue moon. Speaking of the Texans, they are at home at 5-4 to play the 2-8 and bolstering their game from 1-8 Arizona Cardinals. The kickoff's at 1 p.m. The Texans are 5.5-point favorites. And who you have in this game, sir?
You know, in this game right here, it's definitely going to be a lot better of a contest than the previous game that we talked about, I think.
It is.
You know, the 2-8 Cardinals are not 2-8 anymore as far as the production that they're going to give you. They're going to play closer to probably 500 style football. However, they're playing a team that's definitely overmatched for them. Houston Texans team that has been on the come up all season long, that has been surprising the blank out of not only me, but a fan that I have to the side of me right here in Cole Johnson. I mean, there's definitely things that you had predicted coming into the season, but I don't think you had, and I don't recall you predicting them to be as well off as they are at this point in the season, just a little over the midway point at this point in the year. So with that excuse me. With that being said, I have to give it to the Texans here. They're going to improve to 6-4 after this matchup.
Yeah. Now, I will say this. This is all the makings of trap game. This is all the makings of, okay, now that you have beaten teams that we did not think you or had no right to beat, now you're favored. This is a game you're supposed to win. This is the next lesson this team has to learn. And hopefully they will. I think they will. And I think the Cardinals have nothing for the Texans. If this game was in the desert, I probably would pick Arizona, but I'm going to pick the Texans. And why is this comment here? I'm about to be like someone we all know and love, and we'll be looking for another 5 teams to root for. We don't know a guy like that.
Oh, yes, we do. And he happens to like kind of correlate with one of our segments that we have earlier in the show.
We don't know a person like that. None.
Well,
no one. No, we don't. We don't. this person you speak of, Wise, Drew. Who are you talking about? I'm clueless.
But it's like, and he's probably over there saying,
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, no, to the no, no.
But when it comes to Wise's analysis of
not another 5 teams.
Yeah, when it comes to his analysis of where you go when your team is getting mollywopped, please
stop it. Get some help.
Because the Golden State Warriors aren't doing great. The 49ers aren't doing great. It's time. It's time just to say, hey, my teams aren't doing great. I'm just going to ride it out with them. How do you think it feels for me being a Commanders Washington football team / formerly known as REDSKINS fan? Hell, look at Cole. Look at Cole, going from the Oilers to now the Texans, and he's still been going through the same type of turmoil over the years. So we've rode high with our teams. Look at Wise right now. Wise had the 1-5 New York Giants. They got the win over the Commanders, but now they are spearheaded by Tony DeVito. Okay, so again,
we're calling him Tony DeVito. That's what makes it even funnier. You have a Giants fan and we all know it's Tommy, but you have him actually calling him Tony. I love
it. So we're all sticking with our teams. It is time for you to follow suit.
What?
Again, follow suit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And speaking of the 49ers, this starts off the slate of games late Sunday kickoff. 4:05 is the kickoff. The 49ers at 6-3, and they will be hosting the Buccaneers at 4-5. Now, the 49ers are 10.5-point favorites, and the man who is named Snowflake, he picks the Buccaneers. Really?
He did.
No. Who do you have in this game, sir?
Well, if my previous take wasn't correct, I'm going to select it again here, is I feel like Baker Mayfield's going to give us another week without bunkering it up and lead the Buccaneers to a victory over the 49ers. I think the 49ers are going to get way too hype over a decisive victory over a scrub team in Duval and try to emulate that at home versus the Buccaneers. And the Buccaneers are going to upset them by a margin less than a field goal, is what I have, in my opinion. I think the Buccaneers are going to win this game. I'm probably going to be wrong, but I'm going to go ahead and pick them to win this game.
Stop it. Get some help.
I have to. All right, now it's definitely not my headset because I can still hear the music.
Yeah, my bad. Now, if the 49ers stayed in Florida, I would say you might have a point there. I don't see this being a mollywop, but I just don't think the Buccaneers, I don't think they're consistent enough. And I don't think they have enough firepower to stay with what the 49ers can bring, because all the 49ers have to do is just play within their lane. If they actually can control the clock with the running game, have Brock Purdy throw throw a couple of big time plays. He doesn't have to win the game for him. He just doesn't have to lose it for him. And if the defense can put Mahomes, Mayfield to the deck a couple of times, I just can't see the Bucs pulling it out in Santa Clara. I'm not saying that I would be shocked. I just can't see it. So, yeah, I'll pick the 49ers, but I'm not going to say that it's not going to be a comfortable one, like someone else would say, like someone will say Friday. No, it's going to be a battle, but I think the 49ers will prevail. The Bills at 5-5, who now have to deal with the loss or the firing, I should say, of Ken Dorsey. They host the Jets at 4-5. The Jets beat the Bills to begin the Monday Night Football slate this year, but this is a Sunday afternoon kick, 4:25. The Bills are still a 6.5-point favorites. Who do you have in this game, sir?
I think the Bills let go of Ken Dorsey in the hopes that the new spark will help them change the tide against New York for the second time this year, because they didn't get it done the first time. So they're hoping that the change will help them the next go around. But in order to keep the Hollywood critics, who are now back as the SAG strike is over, we have to set sail on the fact that the Jets are going to win this game, because if they don't, then it's going to make Aaron Rodgers' return mid-December, as reported yesterday, very less likely. Because what are the chances of him coming back if the team at that point will be 2 games under 500? So,
out of contention. Yeah.
I feel like the Jets are not only going to win this game, but they need this game to keep their playoff hopes relevant, not just for being one game closer to 500, but to also get that the additional division win that's going to help them out too. So, I mean, yes, they could still get in on the wild card, but for the writers, they're going to do their best to right this situation. If it is true, if the Jets beat the Bills, the entirety of this whole situation of it potentially being scripted could come to fruition. Like Constipated in Sin City, I see what you're saying. Aaron Rodgers is going to Minnesota. That's not a bad take. But this offseason, they would have to trade him, because doesn't he still have, like, I know he has next year, but I think he signed a 3-year deal, didn't he? Didn't he sign a 3-year deal? I could have swore he signed a 3-year deal with them, because he was. I'm pretty sure. Guys, let us know here in the comments if he signed a 3-year deal. And then on top of that, do you think the Jets are going to move him if he still has multiple years left on that contract? Because they would go completely.
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, to the no.
That would go completely against what their plan was all along. So for this, I think that he sticks with the Jets after the season. I think that there's a good chance that he does come back mid-December, but the only way that happens is if they get a victory this week against the Bills.
Constipated says, yeah, but player's choice. Yeah, well, true. But see, the thing is, the team isn't bad. The Jets aren't bad in terms of the pieces around them. So, yeah.
The defense is nasty. They got a great defense.
That defense is awesome. That defense is almost Super Bowl caliber. It definitely is AFC contender caliber. There's not even a question about that. Wise says, look, give me Bunker Stayfield. You too, Wise. Goodness gracious. Give me Bunker Stayfield, and I'm laying the points, whatever that means.
See?
Stop it. Get some help.
He's agreeing with me on Bunker Stayfield.
You said I, but he's actually taking him in favor, but calling him Bunker Stayfield.
Hey, I still like it. I still approve of his message.
Why are you slandering our brother? Why? Gain the points, whatever that means. Constipated. I used to collect sports cards. I don't now, but goodness gracious. And he said, if you keep playing Bishop Bourgill, his ghost will haunt you. Well, well, for the fact that the ghost will haunt us.
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, to the no.
I still Every time I look at these comments and I look at what Mick said at the beginning, hi Constipated, how are you? It still
How are you doing on Facebook?
it still gets me every single time.
Oh
I
my
think
gosh.
about it.
Okay, so you have the Jets. No. No. And it's because of Wise's comment right here. The only offense that's worse than the Giants is the Jets, Jets. If they can't score a touchdown against the Raiders defense, Bills. And it's just simply because the Jets simply get in their own way too much. If they didn't, this would be primed for the Jets to steal one in Orchard Park, but no. Bills. And unfortunately, I just don't have the faith in the Jets offense. The defense, I do. The offense, I don't. 425 kick out in LA. So 5 will host the Rams at 3-6 against the co-NFC West leaders, the Seahawks at 6-3. Of course, the 49ers, I think, because of conference record, they have the tiebreaker over the Seahawks at the moment. But the Seahawks still are sharing that lead with the 49ers. The Seahawks are the 2.5-point road favorites. Who do you have in this one, sir?
I have to give it to the Seahawks. Based on what they did this past weekend, what they've been doing all year long, I don't see the Rams, with or without Matthew Stafford, winning this game. I mean, they've been playing this year. The Rams been playing like this.
Actually, I'm surrounded by diabetes. Diabetes.
Lord.
That's what it seems like the Rams are playing like all season long. And with that being said, they're going to have one more loss this weekend to the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, playmaker. Oh, yes. The Magic have a better record than the Rams. And the Magic, yes, NBA, yes, follow the bouncy ball. The Rams, they are, sir.
Is Playmaker here?
No, he's not here, but I know he watches. And shout out to Playmaker. And he's actually feeling the weather today too, so I hope you feel better, my man. The Rams have 0, even though they're hosting this game. 0 for the Seahawks. This is their game to lose. I do not see the Seahawks losing this one because the Rams sometimes forget to run the ball. And Matthew Stafford with the dinged up thumb. He might start, he might not. I just know the backup ain't going to do it. The backup ain't going to cut it. So I picked the Seahawks for this one. And then there is the Sunday night game, the Vikings in Mile High. The Vikings are actually 2.5-point road underdogs. They're actually picking the Broncos to win this one. The Broncos at 4-5, going against a 6-4. Sounds strange to say after they started 1-4, but they're going against a 6-4 Vikings. Who do you have in this one, sir?
You know, the 4-5 Broncos going against this Minnesota Vikings team that is 6-4. I would not have guessed this would have been the matchup that we were going to be seeing at this point in the year if you would have asked me this a month ago, especially if you would have told me what happened to Kirk Cousins. I mean, I would not have guessed this situation right here to where not only the Broncos have a team that is beating some teams now consecutively over the course of the past month, but then you've got the team that's been established as well as the Minnesota Vikings over the past couple of weeks since Josh Dobbs entered the building.
Right.
I want to give it to the Vikings.
You want to give it to the Vikings. Okay.
But I think that the Cinderella story of Josh Dobbs will not come to a complete end, but they'll be humbled a little bit in this week to where if they are going to continue to make a potential run to the playoffs, to potentially maybe get to at least the NFC Championship, which I don't think they're going to get that far. But if they're going to have the type of clout to make that type of run to that point, they need to get humbled while Josh Dobbs is there before it's too late in the season. And I think that happens against the Broncos, because the Broncos at that point will get to 500. It won't shut up the complete shade on Russell Wilson, but I think it'll at least reestablish the fact of Sean Payton being as great of a coach as he is, to be able to come back from the point to where they were in the first month of the season to lead his team back to 500 before surpassing 10 games on the year. So I think that there's a lot more potential for that. I think that if the Vikings are going to potentially make some type of small run this year, the wind has to be taken out of their sails at some point early on while Josh Dobbs is there, to give him something to look back on, some type of negativity, something to build on, because right now there's not much to say about that because they keep winning games since he's there. It's only been 2 weeks, but we need to see some negativity coming from that side so that way they can build on that. And I feel like that starts this week against Denver, in Denver.
That is a wonderful argument. I like that. I like that a lot. And I can understand how you would want to pull for the faves in this, and can't believe that, well, I should say the Broncos are the favorites in this game. Come on, man. They lucked into that victory last night. Lucked into it. Now, yes, I'll give you credit for the previous Sunday's game they played at home against the Chiefs, where they mollywopped to 24-9. Great performance there. Yes. No question about that. No. I think Josh Dobbs will I think they'll ride the wave a little further with him, and I see that he will be the man that will he will actually win his second road game. Yes, the second road game in his stint so far with the Vikings. He'll remain undefeated. And I think the Vikings will take it in Mile High against the Broncos. Hopefully I'm wrong. Who knows? I don't care, because I'm rooting for neither team. But that concludes the 2-minute drill.
Total football talk.
As long as it's one. Oh, that's great.
And now we are at the post game. Now, this is where we give you our final thoughts, a final word on the week that was. So we are now in week 10 of the NFL season. And for his final thoughts and final word and his post game, here is Drew.
3.5 hours. We have been on these airwaves and talked some great football today. It has definitely been one interesting episode between talking week 10, the preview of week 11, the technical difficulties we experienced throughout. So thank you to the cable providers or whoever is knocking on the fiber wires underneath the ground, who are shaking them all around to mess with our connections today. But hey, we got through this episode. We got through all the topics. We had some great things to discuss. I've said enough in football. My retinas will bleed if I speak more football right now, because the amount of football I've talked between today and yesterday. But another week has started. It's definitely been a fun one to start this show, along with Commander's Gridiron Report. Thursday night, D Willie in the evening will be back with the special episode with Sick Diggy at 11:15 p.m. Eastern time Thursday night. We got Kyle's Nash's show, the Student of the Game podcast, tomorrow on Wednesday, as well as the Duval Dive, a Jaguars podcast. And thank you very much, Constipated in Sin City, for that. That now takes Sertoba up to 1,204 subscribers on YouTube. Beautiful. Since June. Beautiful. June started this thing. 14 of my friends were subscribers back in June. I created the channel last year, but of course, you guys have been watching, know the story.
Didn't really start putting the real legwork into this channel and into this brand until June. And now going from 14 to 1,204, just a little over 1.2 thousand. Couldn't do it without my man Cole Johnson right here. Couldn't do it without Kyle Nash. Those of you who help bring the type of content, the type of creativity with me each and every week, you guys are what inspired me to keep going. I'm currently getting pummeled down by my full-time job. It's an understatement. I'm not trying to throw shade at them. I appreciate my career and what it does for me to give me the type of avenue to pay for the things that I have. But I would be lying if I would be saying that the change of going from 410s to now working 510s isn't messing with me a little bit. So doing everything that I was doing now in 2 days instead of 3 is challenging, but I wouldn't be able to do all this without Cole and without Kyle helping me out with helping me provide 3 shows worth of content each week to where I can still produce my other 2. And we still have 5 shows running Monday through Friday. So, people want to throw all the weight on my shoulders and say, Drew, this thing is because of you. And I hear some of you out there, and the numbers are speaking volumes in certain things, but I cannot take all the credit on this. I cannot even take, a good portion of the credit, just me being who I am. I have to point the fingers at the 2 other people who've been helping me drive this force, especially over the last couple months when the numbers really started jumping. So, thank you to Cole. Thank you again to Kyle. I'll say it each and every week. I'll say it to the new viewers, like Constipated in Sin City. I love that name, by the way. It's just a cool name of, to have out here in the stream. So keep on watching so I can keep admiring the name. And hopefully Mick will keep on coming back with saying, hi, Constipated, how are you? Because, again, in my 36 years on this earth, I have never, until this Tuesday, heard somebody greet the fact of somebody or something or someone being constipated in the way that Mick did you earlier. And it made me smile internally. It kept my retinas from bleeding after watching that We Dem Boys video, and I just can't help it. I'm doing the best I can to keep things as positive as I can, but just as the moniker for Shertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome, we keep on grinding through these things out here in the days of the streets each and every day. And I couldn't do it without the viewers of you sticking with us each and every week. So thank you to the viewers for number 1. Thank you to Cole and Kyle, number 2. And thank the one upstairs for allowing me to get up today to be part of this for the longest show that we've ever done for Total Football Talk, now eclipsing 3.5 hours. Couldn't do it alone. Love you guys and look forward to seeing you next week.
And yes, definitely. Shout out to the Lord. Appreciate you. No bones about that. No bones about that. Now, along with the wonderful words that my partner said, which I totally agree. You all are the reason why we do this. So thank you all for watching. Thank you all for subscribing and all that type of stuff. So thank you for the support, and thank you for supporting my channel, Comey Media Incorporated. Thank you for supporting Shertoba Media Incorporated, Shertoba Media, I'm sorry, and Drew's YouTube channel. That's what it's called. Thank you for that. Now, I did say earlier that I had thoughts about CJ Stroud. Now, for those who don't know, I am a huge Texans fan. Saw their very first game, which was actually against the Cowboys, 2002, when they opened NRG Stadium, which was called Reliant Stadium at the time. September of 21 years back. I still have the ticket to that game. And I've been a fan of this team ever since they began. And I haven't seen the quarterback come upon the scene on the team as well and as fast as Stroud, even faster than Deshaun Watson. He had his moments, but it wasn't quite like with Stroud. And it's quite easy to get swept up in the fact that this guy, and caught up in the fact that he is an MVP candidate and he's doing things that's wonderful, and he's the best quarterback in the league. I have heard all of these things in the past 3 days. But as a Texans fan, I will say to you, no, 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 Not even close. Not on your life. And I've actually been challenged in saying, well, wait a minute, because there's someone who actually said, other than Mahomes, who's better, and Burrow, basically is on par with Stroud. Stroud is better than every NFL quarterback right now. This is not what I believe. This is what I've heard. And I said, no, it's not even close. It's not even close. And then it was 8 games. Now it's 9. 9 games is too small of a sample size to say this guy is going to be elite, or this guy is elite. He has the makings of it. But 9 games? No, not enough. And then I got challenged saying, well, wait a minute. So, Mahomes in his first season, he balled out. And Burrow in his first season, he balled out. I said, well, here's the thing. Mahomes did the ball in his rookie season. He sat on the bench for 15 to 16 games. He won the only start he had that year, but he only started 1 game, and he sat his rookie season. Now, second season, he won MVP. In the third season, he won the Super Bowl and got Super Bowl MVP. Burrow only had 10 games and was injured in Landover. So, no. 10 games was then too small of a sample size for me to say Joe Burrow is great. No. Now I could say, yeah, he's pretty good. And I think he has the potential to be one of the best that we've ever seen. And he's one of the best that's going today. But 10 games in his NFL start? No. Too small of a sample size. And I say the exact same thing about CJ Stroud. It's too small of a sample size for any of us to say that he is an elite quarterback in today's NFL. And there's too many quality players today who are established, who people want to see, who the turnstiles turn for, that you will put over CJ Stroud today. Which means he shouldn't even be considered for the most valuable player award. Shouldn't even be considered. Not because he's a rookie, but he shouldn't be considered that before others who are established and others who will actually come to the forefront. And I actually said this, constipated, to somebody. I said, look, I actually said that verbatim. I said, I can actually see a defensive player becoming MVP this year for Stroud. And I mentioned TJ Watt, Myles Garrett. I can see those two actually winning the award before CJ Stroud would. CJ Stroud has had a wonderful season thus far, and he deserves all the accolades he's going to get. One of them is going to be in the future Offensive Rookie of the Year. And he is the MVP. He's the MVP of the Houston Texans, because I did not see them be over 500 this year at all.
Facts.
So for that, yes, he is the MVP for the team. But for the league, he's got a long way to go. It's not even close to even saying it about him. Not even close. So all I'm saying is manage those expectations a little bit. CJ Stroud is a great quarterback thus far. He has given you stats. He's given you a come from behind last drive, and he gave you another last drive, all within the last week and a half. But it's not time to put the crown on him yet. There's too many before him that deserve it, and I do mean the word deserved, and I will put even the word earned the right to be that before him. My partner actually mentioned one of them who I think is going to win it this year, should the Eagles actually have a great record, because I think it's going to be Jalen Hurts' award to lose. But CJ Stroud, most valuable player, not this year. Maybe 2024, maybe 2025, maybe 2026. 2023, no. And I say that with all the love in my heart, because I love what number 7 is doing for my team. But don't put those expectations on him yet. He doesn't deserve that. Not saying deserves in terms of earning it. I'm saying deserves in terms of the pressure. Let him be the quarterback he's meant to blossom to become, and just be happy with that, please.
As long as it's one.
I went to go find one yesterday, but I wasn't able to look at tomorrow at like.
Oh, that's great.
So,
I love it.
actually, I was getting to
I hope it actually is recording. Listening to it.
Before we get out of here, there was a comment that was in the chat while you were talking, which you threw some great points out here. So basically, we're very similar with our take on CJ Stroud potentially being an MVP candidate because, like I said, I had 5, potentially 6 people ahead of CJ Stroud for my NFL MVP if we were to end the season right now. But, constipated, you know what? Every time we refer to you as constipated, like the internal child in me starts laughing. So I'm gonna have to start calling you I'm gonna have to start calling you CISC. CISC. So hopefully that is appropriate for you because every time like you were saying constipated or something, I can't help but to think of Mick saying I'm constipated. How are you? And how that completely trips me out every time I think about them. Anyway, back to this. One of the comments the CISC made was, I see a defensive player becoming MVP before Stroud.
I do too.
So with that being said, because that was a great statement. So the great minds think alike, definitely a great comment there. But thinking about this, when you have the list of Mahomes, Hurts, Tua, Josh Allen, maybe, especially I'm gonna take him out of the fact because
he's gonna fall off now.
After what's happened. So let's just say if the season ended, I would still have it minimum Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes, and Tua as my top 3. Okay.
Yeah.
And CJ Stroud is in the mix in the middle of that pack, like I was talking about after that. But what defensive player or players do you have in your mind of who could be above CJ Stroud right now, as far as who's a better talent on defense that deserves the MVP over CJ Stroud at this point of the year? At this point alone, who would you pick right now there, Cole?
All right. Well, the 2 that I would pick right now, right off rip, would be, of course, in Cleveland, Myles Garrett, and in Pittsburgh, TJ Watt. Because in my opinion, those 2 teams would not be 6-3 if those 2 guys cease to be on the field. And to me, it is in large part because of those 2 why the Browns and the Steelers are primed to actually attempt to become AFC North champs. And I like what they have done just a little bit more than what CJ Stroud has done. Not much, but just a little bit more. And along with them, I could probably throw a couple of defensive names too, but to me, it's Garrett and it's Watt that I would put over CJ Stroud defensively before him. And I would actually consider more offensive names too. AJ Brown, Tyreek Hill, even CD Lamb, or even Dak Prescott. I would probably say they would get the award before CJ Stroud would. Not saying that will happen. I'm saying I could see those names before him, for his be mentioned and get the vote.
I would say between TJ Watt and Myles Garrett, they were definitely good picks because both of them have 9.5 sacks at this point in the year.
Yeah.
And the pressures that they've put on the quarterback, Myles Garrett's got 7 and TJ Watt's got 9. But Nick Bosa is definitely up there too. I mean, he's only got 3 sacks, but he's got 15, quarterback hits and pressures. Dexter Lawrence would be another one that I would pick as well. And
Khalil Mack has had a good year. I mean, this is
even Michael Parsons. I mean, but the first 2 names that you rattled off between Myles Garrett and TJ Watt would be the top tier of the defense that would deserve to even be in the top 5. It deserved to be within the top 5. A couple of those other players you could sprinkle within the top 10. But more so between those other two names that you mentioned, between Myles Garrett and TJ Watt, deserve to be arguably within the top 5 to 6, maybe. But when you look at that list and you got Mahomes and Hurts and Tua, And until this past week, when he threw those 2 picks in that game, I would have had Lamar Jackson in the top 5 of the MVP.
I would have too. Yeah.
Based on what he's done, because not many people can take the contract that he took or a higher paying contract like he did and have this type of season at this point. Because even when Mahomes got $500 million, he wasn't playing to this level at this midway point of the year and didn't win an MVP that first year coming off of that contract. So looking at that, you have to give your props to Lamar Jackson. If this is the only bad game that he has the entire season, or one to the perplexion of that, he'll be back into the mix. Yeah, he'll be back in the mix again before the end of the year if he bounces back from it this week. But those questions will be answered this weekend, and I'll be back with you next Tuesday to discuss those factors as well. I'm going to be missing my man Cole Johnson right here, but he's got to hit the road, and I understand why. But hopefully while you're on the road, you could be tuning in to whatever shenanigans we have during your week off.
Hopefully. Constipated says, do you remember when Mark Gastineau had 24 sacks through 10 games? Then he retired to take care of his wife, Bridget Nielsen. I do remember that. I do remember when he was literally the talk of the NFL. I do remember that. Unfortunately, he was the top more because of his dance than he was because of his pressure. But yeah, I do remember those days. And I know the Jets do have some good pass rushers, but they don't have one like him right now. But they do have some good guys on defense that can get that pressure on the QB. But thank you for that. And I agree with you. I agree with everything you said, because there's some good names who you just cannot just say, well, this guy, talking about CJ Stroud, who's only played 9 games, he just leads them all. And you're like, well, he hasn't won a division. He has, in this season, he might lead them to a division title. Who knows? But he hasn't won a division. He hasn't won a playoff game. He hasn't even played a playoff game, let alone get them to a championship game or win it or be a Super Bowl champ. Almost all the others we mentioned have at least won a divisional crown. Maybe with the exception of Myles Garrett, but he has won a division. He has won a playoff game. But you got to at least have a season where it's like, okay, the team has done this, and this is the guy that brought them there. Can't really say that about CJ Stroud yet. Can you eventually? Maybe. And I mean this year, maybe. But you can't say that yet. And I think there's going to be too many that's going to have better seasons than him.
And based on what CISC just said right here, he could have had 35 sacks that year, maybe based on averages. But once the temperatures change and, it really impacts the game of football, we really start seeing a lot more closer games, and you're not going to have as many sacks as you would in the earlier part of the year. That's why people try to rack up their numbers during the first half of the year, because once you get past that midway point and temperatures change, it makes it difficult to not only get those sacks, but to be able to move in those cold winds or whatnot. So it definitely plays a factor more than what you think. So he may or may not have eclipsed 35 sacks that year, but it's still something to look back on and think that could have been pretty special had it not had it happen. But hey, Hollywood comes knocking at some points where you got to, dive in and, be the savior of the day. And that's what happened with that guy right there.
And double, especially when you start to make hay especially in NFL, you start to make hay in NFL, you start to pull numbers. And this is another reason why I don't think CJ Stroud is going to become MVP worthy in this year. When people start to hear, okay, this guy is pulling some numbers. Okay, this guy, in Gastineau's situation, this guy's getting to the QB with reckless abandon. In Stroud's case, oh wow, this dude's just moving down the field, just mowing down secondaries. And he's he's beating pressure, and he's not making mistakes. When you get to the second half of the season, teams key on it, and then you have to, like I say, you get defenses that want to counter what you do best, and then the elite of those counter the counter. So now you're going to start seeing, in my opinion, with CJ Stroud, you're going to see teams that's going to put forth a counter to where he might struggle. He might struggle in getting past it. He may win games still, but he might struggle. So I'm preparing for that. I'm like, okay, people don't really know what this kid is about. Now they got some tape on him. And so they go like, okay, so let's deal with his tendencies. So what does he like to do? How can we get him uncomfortable? And so then when you get to the Joe Burrows and the Patrick Mahomes, and even now the Tua Tagovailoas, they counter to counter. So it's like, okay, so I know they're countering this tell of mine. How can I now in turn counter theirs? And that's how you become great. Now CJ Stroud's on that road, but he's not there yet. And we got to see. We got to see how he does and how he fares against teams that want to take away what he does best.
It's going to be interesting to see how things pan out for the rest of the season. But regardless if he becomes MVP or not, it has definitely been one special rookie season for him. One of the best rookie seasons we've ever seen. I mean, we were saying that those things about RG3 when he had what he had leading up to that injury in Washington. However, if CJ Stroud finishes out the year as hot as he's been throughout the first, 9 games that he's played, and we see something, see him end on the same type of note that he started with, it will be a better rookie season than what RG3 had, because he'll have thrown for more yards at that point. Maybe not rushed for as much, but I'd rather have the pocket presence and the type of maturity that he has on some of these play calls that they're making and the execution that he's doing to end the season, rather and then have a guaranteed future with him for the next 10 to 15 years. Well, of course, if he re-signs there, but we'll see there in the future. If he keeps playing like this, D'Amico Ryans keeps having this type of success, this could be the setup that we see there in Houston for the next 10 to 15 years. And I know that's something you would be pretty excited about if they continue to build on the positivity.
I would love it. I would love it.
Yeah, CISC Cam Newton's rookie year was fantastic, but that was in 2011, and that was superseded the following year by RG3. I still believe RG3's rookie year was better than Cam's.
Cam's rookie season by numbers was good. By his leadership skill, it just wasn't there yet. The team didn't take hold of him yet then. It took them, I'd say, about another 3 more years before they said, okay, this is the guy that we know our bread is buttered with him. 2011 was not it. In this rookie season, I actually am seeing a team that's saying, yeah, this rookie, we believe him. He's our leader. He's already getting that type of love from the team already.
I'm going to leave our fans waiting because I had a feeling that you were going to bring this up or somebody was going to bring this up, but I made a list of my top 5 MVP seasons coming into this episode. And it's not all quarterbacks, but I would have to say my number 5 would be Jamar Chase in 2021 with what he did for the Bengals. Helped them get to a Super Bowl appearance. They lost, but if it wasn't for Jamar Chase and what he did in those, and for the expectations that were coming out of LSU and all the stuff that he did, I would not have anticipated the Bengals to have that type of success that year, let alone what that wide receiver did. That's my number 5.
And he made Joe Burrow even better in terms of his explosiveness. And thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. Number 3. From 1964, the running back and part of an epic portrayal in a movie, I'd have to give number 4 to Gale Sayers, 1964, for what he did at the running back position for the Chicago Bears. I mean, that alone, the fact that he was part of the Brian Song movie, I have to give him to number 4. At number 3, some people might be upset that I haven't ranked as low as I did, but I have to give it to RG3 at the number 3 spot at the best rookie season of all time. I mean, the numbers, let alone, speak enough volumes. But if he had not gotten hurt at the end, I wouldn't say Super Bowl, but we could have seen them advance a little bit further. And you never know where his career may have gone had he at least stayed out for the rest of that season and recovered from that injury rather than making it 10 times worse. At number 2, I have to put this man here based on what he did in the NFL at the position and the fact that he took out one of our legendary quarterbacks in Washington. I have to give it to Lawrence Taylor for his 1981 season that he had as a rookie
choice
for the New York Giants. And at number one, based on what he did at the running back position for many years before he retired, and he retired before the age of 30 as well, I have to give it to the 1957 rookie season of Jim Brown. That is who I've got for my top 5 MVP seasons. Now, CISC, you got to look at Cam Newton. He definitely had a great rookie season. He ended up becoming an NFL MVP. Him and Riverboat Ron led the Panthers to a Super Bowl at Super Bowl 50, but they lost. But, and yes, Barry Sanders and Eric Dickerson's 2000, rushing yard seasons, but they didn't happen during their rookie season, for one. That happened during other seasons. This is best rookie seasons alone. And my honorable mentions were Micah Parsons, Ryan Clady, and Javon Curse were my honorable mentions just outside of my top 5. But last night, I was up to 2 o'clock in the morning, and I was trying to find a way to go to sleep. And this was part of my preparation was I'm going to at least make a top 5 because I have a feeling with the title of this episode for potentially, CJ Stroud as MVP, I had to look at the great rookie seasons within people of the past to compare them to even get my mind centered around the fact of he's not an MVP candidate right now. And he is having a great rookie season, but it doesn't supersede the other 5 I just said at this point in the year. And he has a long way to go before he gets up to that top 5 on rookie seasons list.
Right. I agree with you. And I also agree with you. Best rookie season ever. Yeah. Jim Brown's 1957 campaign. Where he did eventually win the league's MVP for it, but yes, no question. Constipated Dan Marino, his rookie season was good. His second season was much better.
And see, and people get confused with that because Eric Dickerson had a 2000. I was going to say it's the same thing. Very shortly after his rookie season, so people think because of how early on in his career it happened during their rookie years, and unfortunately not. So. Yeah. It's very hard, and I'm not trying to be biased, but the top 5 I just gave you, it's very hard to put anybody else in that top 5. It's very, very hard.
Yeah.
And it took me like about an hour of researching stuff last night to come up with that top 5. And I can't think of anybody else except for those 3 honorable mentions that I gave you that come anywhere close to being in the top 5.
I agree. I 100% agree with you. Barry Sanders, his 1989 season, we pretty much didn't know he was going to be that guy yet. We started to have ideas in 91. That's when we knew it's like, okay, so what he did at Oklahoma State, okay, it now has translated. But 89 and 90, he had good seasons, but he didn't have those seasons that we came to know, like the 2000 season, like the seasons where he came close to getting 2000. I think it's like 1,883 yards one season. And for Eric Dickerson, yes, his rookie season, he gained almost 1,600 yards his rookie season, which that was good. But he gained 2,000 the next. So that made it even better. But yeah, look, we could talk about that. Another one to me, Earl Campbell's 1978 season. To me, I think that was one of the greatest rookie seasons that you actually could say, he probably could have won MVP that year. He didn't, but he was a stud his rookie season. Same thing with Dorsett the year before, but he just didn't have the reps. That's the only thing with him.
I would consider that over Jamar Chase, maybe for 5, maybe. But I still can't put him over Jim Brown, LT, Gale Sayers, or RG3. And it's still tough to even consider putting him over Jamar Chase because Jamar Chase was in the Super Bowl during his rookie year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So, all those names, like I'm not trying to be biased or flex or anything, but just off of the research, like this isn't just me just speaking off fire from the hip. Like you know that most of the time that's what I'm doing, but with this alone, because the topic that you made, I knew at some point, I know it's going to take me over 3.5 hours to get to this point, but I knew that at some point in this episode, I was going to have the opportunity to bring that up, and it was definitely a great time to have that. And we have had,
I'm glad you did.
we've had one great episode here for Total Football Talk. We are officially off the airwaves for PSF because it was getting to that point to where they almost would cut us off, because I can't remember if it was 4 hours or 5 hours when they cut us off on that. No, you're fine. But I ended up, while you were talking the last one, ending it. But guys, if you haven't checked it out, there's an app you can download before we get on out of here. There is an app you can download for either Android or iOS, where you can download an app called Pro Sports Fans. It's PSF, Pro Sports Fans. Download the app. You can find our show, Total Football Talk, in the NFL fans section. It's an app where you download. It's got podcasters. There's many ones that talk about a specific team. Like you'll have a Commanders show, a Giants show. Every NFL team is covered. We basically slid in there under the radar thanks to a mutual connection that got us in there, because we have a very unique product here where we talk about all 32 teams in a show, and we talk about the previous week and we preview the next week, and then we have topics in between and we mix it up here and there and talk about different things. Because of that, we were given the opportunity to be on Pro Sports Fans. For those of you out there who are podcasters watching our show, the cutoff is over for the NFL season as far as bringing other ones in there, to my knowledge. But after this season, when they redo contracts again and start for the next season, there are some of you out there, and you know who you are, where I would definitely plug a name for you and help you get in there, just as the gentleman who did the same for me to help get our show here in there. And I'll do the same as I can for you guys. But there's been some of you that have already been hitting me up asking me what PSF is and if I can do the same for you. And right now, at this point in the season, because we are over the midway point, and Cole and I barely slid in there. It's why we're in there now. But we're going to keep feeling it out, seeing how things go. We'll tell you more about how it goes. But this right here is our bread and butter right here when it comes to YouTube, X, LinkedIn, and Twitch are our 4 primary ways where you can watch us live in the flesh with the cool transitions and everything that come with it. We've said a lot on this episode, but I wanted to make sure that I threw that out there for another way that you could find us. Thank you again, as always, for your support. And I still am now baffled that we have reached 4 hours on this show. It doesn't feel like it, but once I get out of this chair, it will definitely feel like it.
Yeah. And, yeah. And yes, you asked Constipated who won MVP 78. And I was going to say Bradshaw, but you beat me to it. Yeah, that was actually the first year where the passing game opened up to what we see it now. And that was his basically his breakout season, where people said, oh, so now the Steelers can win because of him and not in spite of him. So yeah, that was a big season for him, 1978.
And unfortunately for him, less than 4 or 5 years later, he was out of the league.
Yeah. 83 was his last year.
Yep.
Yeah. That's a shame. That's a shame, because good QB. Ended up being a good QB, and unfortunately he's vastly disrespected. But
the last 2 Super Bowls he earned them based on his quarterback play. I would say the first 2 were the steel curtain and the team around him. So I have to give it more to that, with the team around him than what actually was produced on his arm alone.
Which is true. Yeah, that is true. All right. Anything else you have for the people, sir, before we do call it a night episode?
Thank you to the new subscriber, CISC, which I'm gonna have to try to keep saying that, just because I still can't get over what Mick said. Yes, it just makes me laugh just thinking about the tone of what he said it in. But no, this has been another great episode with Cole. I'm sure gonna miss you next week, but I understand why, and appreciate you giving me the heads up so that way I can work with that. Kyle, if you're listening or watching, I hope that today's answer is that you can definitely come on down and fill in for the Cole Johnson man right here, and definitely bring this show some more flavor than me just doing it by myself. I mean, I know I'll be able to do it.
Yeah, you could do it.
I'm concerned about 3 hours. It will not be 4.
No. Now,
I
this
could
was
definitely
a special.
do 2. I could definitely do 2, 2.5. I will shoot for 3. But if Kyle doesn't make it, I will still do my best to bring you guys to fire. And we will have one great time. But Cole, safe travels on your trip
Thank you,
next
sir.
week.
Thank
And
you,
look
sir.
forward to 2 weeks from today when we are
Yes.
back in the saddles
Yes,
again
sir.
together.
Yes, sir. We will. We will. And yeah, you will be missed. I will miss you, sir. I will miss doing this.
What? I'm sorry.
I'll get to him. I'll get to him. I'll get to him.
I wish I could. I got to go to work.
I know. Look, Constipated, you mentioned the offense that I still love more than any other, which is that Dan Fouts Air Coryell offense. Gosh. And of course, my brother my brother Drew will love it because of course that birthed Joe Gibbs.
Yes, you beat me to it.
And he became the head coach of the Slur, and brought them 3 rings in 10 years.
Could you argue that we're seeing a resemblance of that potentially now with EB and what he's doing with the Commanders in Washington, where we're seeing similar to Air Coryell? Not completely, but some of the plays we're seeing remind me of it.
It's somewhat. The only difference is and I think for yours too, for my liking, I would want to see them run the ball just a little bit more, just a little bit. And I think the lack of that running game, and actually also I won't say de-emphasis, but I think it's just because you just don't really have that type of talent. The not so much of a focus on the tight end. I think to me, that's what holds it back from me saying, wow, what they're doing in Landover, that's an Air Coryell derivative. But it's very close. It is very close. It's very close. Yeah, and I will always have an affinity for that offense. Oh, and for, of course, yeah, Kellen Winslow, Charlie Joyner, John Jefferson, even look on it. I'm blanking on the first name. Chandler's the last name, but I'm blanking on the first name. Yeah. Awesome team. Awesome offense. And I think this pretty much will end all these things. Why it says I'm about to spark that fat one. Oh my gosh. Thank you, sir.
Well, spark it twice for me.
Wes Chandler. Thank you. I had all the other names, but no W's were coming in my brain. I was like, doggone it. I'm seeing the number. I'm seeing the guy catching the ball from. I'm seeing Chandler catching bombs from Fouts, but I could not think of the first name. Wes Chandler. Thank you, sir. And of course, they gave me the moment to me, which is the Epic in Miami. That's to me my favorite game of all time. But thank you guys for tuning in. And if you want to find out where you can find out my brother and where he does what he does, you can go to Instagram at Sotoba_media, at X at Sotoba_media, at TikTok at _Sotobia. Of course, Sotobia Media on YouTube, so where you can find him as well. And of course, you can also find him at the Real D Willie at other places as well. And as for yours truly, you can find me at flowcode.com/page/host Cole Johnson. That's flowcode.com/page/host Cole Johnson.
And looking for Wise El Jefe and his messages, this one is for you from CISC. Once for me too.
Good Lord.
Stop it. Get some help.
I'm going to try, but I got to wait another like 12, 13 hours until I get back home.
Oh, Lord. Okay. And Lord, and with the cheaper circle being formed, I have to get on out of here. Okay. Goodness gracious. Oh, Lord. Thank you for liking. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for all the comments that you have given us. And thank you, Constipated. We appreciate you. Come flood us with more of your stuff. We really love what you had to say too, my brother. And of course, all of you, Wise, Ryan, Vic, Mickey, all of you, keep coming with these comments and keep coming with the love. We totally appreciate and love all of you. And thank you for hitting the notification bell so you can catch all content that comes and emanates from the Sotoba Media YouTube channel and or the Coleman Media YouTube channel. For Drew Willingham, I'm Cole Johnson. For Drew, who wants to spark, for Cole, who can't, I'm here to say in parting, as we always do. In life, just like a tackle, keep your head up. And always remember, you got to play until the whistle blows.
Always be polite to constipated. I just can't get over it. Thank you, constipated.
And speaking of blowing, pause. See ya.
Ain't nobody calling me, texting me, paging me, asking me, are you still involved?